Local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's the site of the 2023 SEC Championship game. The Alabama Crimson Tide trying to get it done here in this city. Once again, taking on the top-ranked and two-time champion Georgia Bulldogs. Alongside Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, with Butch Owens over my left shoulder at the moment. Tom Stipe, our, of course, producer, engineer. Ethan Carabin handling our Facebook Live production from here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Jerry Kelly running the show back in our CTSN studios. I'm Chris Stewart. So glad to have you with us. Excited, Tyler Watts, about seeing the Tide have a chance to roll again in this city. Something that has happened every single time that Nick Saban has brought his team to this championship game since the first time, the tough loss, of course, to Florida and Tim Tebow.
And his first opportunity to come here into this stadium. And it wasn't this stadium. It was the old one.
It was
That's
indeed.
Now a soccer field or something here next door. But, yeah, this is a building a championship game that Alabama has had a tremendous amount of success in ever since the inception back in 1992. And it was very heartbreaking last year when, in overtime, we lost to LSU. We're not going to get an opportunity to come back to Georgia for another rematch versus the Bulldogs. However, Tide took care of business this year.
They did indeed, in an incredible way, and not just taking care of business, but taking care of business week by week after. And I know there's been a lot of conversation about the loss to Texas, but to those of us, or for those of us that were there and have seen them week by week, it's really the improvement since week 3 in the victory in what was almost a loss to South Florida.
Right. They really have had some growing pains over the month of September of trying to figure out what their identity was, who they were as a football team, who they could rely on, who they could depend on, and the players understanding what was expected of them. But they have, as you mentioned, ever since that South Florida game down in Tampa, gotten better and better each and every week. They've eliminated or reduced the number of mistakes they've been making, both mentally and physically, and continue to battle and learn how to practice and play hard regardless of the circumstances, which is much more accustomed to what we're seeing with the Coach Saban coach offensive and defensive football team.
This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood's the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. It's this time of the broadcast each week. We take a look at the scouting report presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Tyler, what's the scout in this one for Alabama?
Well, who we're going to watch out today is Jalen Milroe. We've kind of been keeping him in our back pocket all season long. He's not necessarily been the guy that we've wanted to watch, but he has continued to improve each and every week, and now is in a position to where earlier in the year you were really just you inserted quarterback hoping that he didn't make a mistake that cost you a football game. Now, with the growth of Jalen Milroe over the course of this season, he's the guy you can squarely place the offensive game plan on his shoulders. Whether it be through the passing game, he's understanding, making decisions much quicker than he has in the past, as well as his ability to continue to break down defenses running the football. So Jalen Milroe is the guy to watch today for the Alabama offense.
Our star to watch is, again, who we just heard from Tyler. And again, it's presented by Marathon, which knows that fans are the true co-pilot of any team, and that's why Marathon is here to keep you and your team fueled, because we're driven together. So you gave us the star to watch. Let's take a look at that scouting report brought to us by Cook's Pest Control.
So the scouting report against this Georgia defense is you got to be physical up front. You got to be able to run the football, control the line of scrimmage. They're fast, but they're not the same football team that they have been in the last several years. And then on the other side, Carson Beck coming in, he's highly efficient. You have to make sure that you're giving him different looks defensively that can hopefully create a little bit of confusion and just a little bit of doubt, because if he understands what you're doing offensively, or defensively rather, he is going to tear you apart.
Those are your stars to watch and also your scouting report for our matchup, as we are now 35 minutes away from kickoff, presented by Beatbox. And you know, each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate. When we come back, we'll take a look at our starting lineups presented by Walk On Sports Bistro here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, son. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, eyes waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, loss of who you thought you was.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts back with you at Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta. The Crimson Tide of the Georgia Bulldogs meeting once again to determine the Southeastern Conference champion. And we hope a spot in the college football playoff. But first things first, the Tide needs to take care of business in this one here tonight. And the starting lineups will go a long way towards, or the guys making up the starting lineups will go a long way towards determining if that is indeed the case. The starters presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro, which puts everything they've got into bringing you game day, and they do it with a taste of Louisiana. Visit locations in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. Tyler, we begin with the projected starters for the Alabama Crimson Tide. We begin on the offensive front. Caden Proctor, the redshirt freshman at left tackle, 6'7", 360. What a job he has done overcoming the growing pains and Bama sticking with him throughout the course of the year to get to this point today.
He has really solidified that left tackle position. Although he's a liability early in the year, he has grown into that. He's getting some help in the passing game, but when he's run blocking, that's when he's at his best.
Tyler Booker at left guard. He is only a sophomore, but at 6'5", 352. He's a veteran now, and he's a guy that's been the big brother to Caden on that side, and a big reason why Proctor's growth has taken place.
Does a great job in communication as well as in the pulling game, the pin and pull game. Tyler Booker is a guy we really don't talk enough about in the running attack.
Seth McLaughlin, the senior center, 6'4", 305, and a guy who anchors the offensive front.
Does a nice job communicating along the lines, and some of these errant snaps that we've been seeing, probably not on him. It's more, I think, with the defense clapping, causing a lot of problems. He's solid up front.
Jaden Roberts or Darian Dalcourt will start at right guard. Roberts 6'5", 316. He's a third-year sophomore. Meanwhile, Dalcourt is a grad student, 6'3", 320 for the Tide.
Jaden does a great job of moving people, especially in the running game. Since he has been inserted here about a month ago, he's done an excellent job at that right guard position.
J.C. Latham again on the edge, the right tackle, 6'6", 360, and a junior who's been a great one this year.
The emotion, and he will need to bring it today, the emotion that he brings, though, for this football team in the huddle and at the line of scrimmage is very important.
C.J. Dupree will be at tight end, or Danny Lewis Jr. or Amari Nyblack. It really depends on what formation. Robbie Utes could be there as well, but that's a veteran group who's been very important both in the pass game and the run game this year.
It's so nice to be able to count on 3 solid tight ends that you can plug and play however you want to. Really, it creates matchup nightmares for a defense, something the Alabama defense is going to have to face as well in this Georgia offense.
I know you have to prove yourself week in and week out, but there's no doubt who now quarterback Jalen Milroe can be in the most pressure-packed of situations, certainly with what happened at Auburn last week, the 6'2", 220-pound redshirt sophomore.
The work that he has put in has made him a much more confident quarterback, and when you're confident, you make your decisions quicker, and you're quicker to react and make plays.
Jace McClellan is listed as the starter for the Crimson Tide, but again, it'll be a game-time decision for Coach Saban in terms of whether or not Jace, who injured the foot last week against Auburn, or the lower leg last week against Auburn, will be able to go. If not, there's a trio of guys they have confidence in, led by Roydell Williams, the 5'10", 214-pound senior.
He's a senior. You can rely on him. He finished the game down at Auburn. I've always said all year long, these guys are interchangeable. They're kind of the same build. They run similar. You can rely on all 3 of them, however, to continue to tote the rock.
Jam Miller, 5'10", 211. The sophomores had some great moments. That's another one that Tyler's talking about, but I'm excited about the potential of number 22, Justice Haynes. He's 5'11", 205, a freshman who's had limited carries, but Tyler, we have seen glimpses of what made him one of the most highly sought-after players in the country coming out of high school in the state of Georgia.
Very talented. You know he'd love to get on the field here today, as so many of these Georgia players for Alabama obviously are wanting this win, but he is a talent that is potentially may have an opportunity to show what he can do.
4-star running back, the number 2 running back according to ESPN, coming out of high school last season. And as we said, a young man from the state of Georgia, played at Buford High School, 5'11", 205. So there's the backfield, but the wideouts, a group that's gaining confidence week by week as well, certainly at this point of the season. Feeling really good about a number of guys, including Jermaine Burton at 6 feet, 195. A senior had some big catches, some that weren't even ruled catches. But Kendrick Law as well at 5'11", 200 pounds, and a sophomore. We know Malik Benson, Jalen Hale, and certainly Isaiah Bond and Kobe Prentice, all potential weapons that we will see today.
I honestly think that Isaiah Bond and Jermaine Burton are going to have some deep threat opportunities here today against this Georgia defense. And Kendrick Law, similar to what he did last week, coming out of the backfield down at Auburn, I think he's going to be utilized in that role once again so that he can attack the perimeter of this Georgia defense.
That's the Alabama offense. The Georgia defense that we will see along the front. Michael Williams will be at one defensive lineman. He's a sophomore out of Columbus, Georgia. On the other side, it will be Nazir Stackhouse, who's 6'3", 320 out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. And right there in the middle, it is Zion Logue. He is 6'5", 310, a senior out of Lebanon, Tennessee.
Senior-laden defensive line. I don't necessarily know that it's the strength of this defensive unit, but they do have a lot of experience up front, and they're big. They're tough to move around.
And correct myself, Zion Loga is the defensive lineman who's in the middle of that talented Bulldog defense. C.J. Allen, an inside linebacker, 6'1", 235, a freshman, is on the edge on one side. You've got Smile Munden, who is a junior from Dallas, Georgia, 6'3", 225 in the middle. And on the outside, Chaz Chambliss, 6'2", 250. He's a junior out of Carrollton High School in Georgia as well.
Their backers run well, as you would expect any Kobe Smart coach linebacker core to do, but they run well. They fill the gaps hard, but you can also get them with some play action things as well.
Looking at the back half of that defense and in the secondary, the star is Tyke Smith. He's a transfer from West Virginia, 5'10", 205, and a senior from Philadelphia, PA. Then you've got the corners, Dalen Everett at one corner, Kamari Lassiter the other, and then the safeties, Malachi Starks and Javon Bullard as well. Starks a sophomore, Bullard a junior.
And people are talking about this probably is the real strength of this Georgia defense. A lot of experience in the secondary, a lot of snaps under their belt. I still think, though, that Alabama's going to have some opportunities against them.
Taking a look at the starters on the Alabama defense. Jaheim Otis at one defensive end, 6'5", 320. He is a sophomore.
Big defensive front, did an excellent job against the run all season long. This will be their biggest challenge, however.
We'll see Tim Smith in there a good bit as well as they rotate, but Tim Keenan III is listed as the starting nose guard, 6'2", 315, and a redshirt sophomore, with the veteran in Justin Aboigbe, fifth-year senior, 6'4", 292. At another defensive end slot.
And here in the latter half of the season, Justin Aboigbe has really been the difference maker up front. He has done an excellent job against the run as well as applying pressure, and when he gets those one-on-one opportunities.
At the Sam linebacker, it's a guy who's one of the best in the country in Dallas Turner, 6'4", 252, and a junior. Not only his talent, his leadership, his big play capability, very important, obviously, in a championship game such as this.
And he'll be called on today to really turn that motor up another notch if he has that gear available, because he is a guy that can be a nightmare for offensive linemen and really force tight ends that Georgia loves to release to stay in and half second longer.
Tresman Marshall is listed as the starter at the Mike linebacker, but whether it's he or Kendrick Blackshire, both very talented guys who, frankly, there were question marks about would they be able to be standouts, and they have, thankfully, for Alabama this year.
They've added nice depth. Trez obviously has been a starter a majority of the year, and Blackshire is a guy that you can rely on should he need to come in. And this linebacker core for Alabama has been beat up throughout the course of the season with various guys, so they're all interchangeable with one another, and you really don't miss a beat.
And expected to have Deontay Lawson good to go in this one again, 6'2", 230, a redshirt sophomore. He's one of those guys that's been banged up as of late, but Jahad Campbell, so important as well, 6'3", 230, and a sophomore.
Really been a difference maker once he's gotten his opportunity, because he'll come in and play both positions at the linebacker. He understands them, and as a result, he's flying around the field now, utilizing that speed and talent that he's been given because he understands what offenses are doing.
And another veteran in Chris Braswell, 6'3", 255. He is a senior at the Jack linebacker spot. We go to the secondary. Kool-Aid McKinstry, 6'1", 195, and a junior. He will start on one side. Terrion Arnold, 6 feet, 196, the third-year sophomore. Players that have been tremendous for Alabama throughout their careers, but will be called on in a big way here today.
And we've always said this all year long, that this is the strength of this Alabama defensive unit, how tough they are in the secondary. They lock up man-to-man, and they really force offenses to think twice about throwing the ball down the field. We're going to find out how good they are today.
Jalen Key's a graduate transfer. He has been very good when healthy for Alabama at 6'2", 210. He's at the free safety. Caleb Downs at strong safety, 6 feet, 205, a freshman, one of the best in the country in that class on the defensive side of the ball.
He's done an outstanding job all year long in run support as well as in coverage. He'll have his hands full today, not only having to guard against the tight end core for Georgia, but also be called upon to come up hard and heavy in the run support.
And one more side note on him, also a guy who's become a massive part of special teams as the punt returner.
Yeah, he's done a good job of fielding it, not allowing it to hit and continue to roll. So he's a versatile guy that you rely on in multiple phases.
Malachi Moore is the star in that package that they'll go with defensively, a veteran at 6 feet, 198.
A leader, a guy with a lot of maturity to him. He'll be a calming presence not only on the field but also on the sideline.
Georgia defensively, again, they've called them the Junkyard Dogs for years. They are that absolutely right now. Very talented defensive group, starting along the front side of the defense with, we talked about Mykel Williams. We need to go offense. Excuse me. They are really good over there, but I'm not going to run through the starters on defense twice. Let's go with the offense. Let's go left tackle Ernest Green III, He is 6'4", 320, and a redshirt freshman out of Los Angeles, California, Dylan Fairchild, is on the left side with him as well, 6'5", 315, and a redshirt sophomore.
All these offensive guys for Georgia, you're going to call all of them here. They're interchangeable. They've had a couple injuries up front. They've had to mismatch some guys around, but they've done a solid job. They don't allow a lot of pressure. They love to be able to press the line of scrimmage and move it forward. But all these guys that you're about to call up here are really talented in protecting their quarterback.
Cedric Van Pran at center falls into that category. Normally wears jersey number 63. He will be wearing number 77 today. That is in tribute to the young man who passed away last year in a tragic automobile accident, Devin Willock. That is an honor for the players each week to be able to wear number 77, and Cedric Van Pran will wear that number 77 instead of his usual number 63 this week. Tate Ratledge at 6'6", 310, a junior from Rome, Georgia's at right guard. At right tackle, it will be Xavier Truss, 6'7", 320, out of West Warwick, Rhode Island. Now let's take a look at the wide receivers. Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint listed at one wide receiver, 6'2", 195. He is a senior out of Pompano Beach, Florida.
He's a big target in this offense. They love to throw him the ball, but with so many weapons around him, that really gives him some mismatches he can take advantage of.
Also at wide receiver, they will have listed as a starter Dominic Lovett, 5'10", 185. He is a junior as well.
Yeah, he transferred in from Missouri and has been a nice addition to this wide receiver room. He's a challenge to guard up against. Another big body, loves to run after the catch.
And a really, really talented player in Ladd McConkey, 6 feet, 185, and a junior. McConkey has made 26 catches, 418 yards this year with a couple of touchdowns.
He struggled to stay healthy throughout the course of the season, however, and did not play last week versus Georgia Tech, trying to rest up. He'll be ready to go, though, today. He's been a mismatch nightmare for defenses that he's been running against. He's just one of those guys that always finds a way to get open.
And the guy that there's, frankly, very little matchup for, a guy that's in his category at his position, Brock Bowers, the tight end, 6'4", 240, and a junior when they've got to have a pass completed. Number 19 is option 1, 2, and maybe a half look at number 3.
It's such a challenge for every defensive coordinator. You put a little guy on, he's going to run right over you. You put a bigger guy on him trying to guard him, he's going to run away from him. He is a matchup nightmare. As you mentioned, they utilize him in multiple positions as well.
Carson Beck, 6'4", 220, the junior, the starter this year at quarterback. That's the most glaring difference that they have. It's not Stetson Bennett, it's Carson Beck, but since he got through some growing pains early, they really haven't missed a beat there either.
Yeah, completing over 70% of his passes on the season. He has been solid there at that quarterback position, and something this Georgia Bulldog offense can really rely on, his ability to dissect defenses and deliver the ball where it needs to be.
Dejon Edwards is at tailback, or Kendall Milton, both very, very talented. It's a running back group that is very dangerous, depth there, and a tough team to prepare for.
This is a balanced offense that Alabama is going to be facing. The two running backs averaging over 5 yards per carry. They are the backbone of this offensive attack.
Those are your starters for this one. The starting lineups, again, presented by our friends at Walk-Ons Sports Bistro. When we come back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium, all the pregame talk just about over. It'll be time for the kick. Alabama and the Georgia Bulldogs next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Alabama football is also brought to you by Guthries, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. Score big deals at Baumhauer's this football season and order from our Inflation Bites menu. Try our Buffalo Wing Special with fries and a complimentary beverage for only $9.99. And what's football without a cold beer? Our pitchers of Yingling and Yingling Flight are only $7.99, served all day, 7 days a week. And huddle up, football fans. Sign up today for our free NFL Pick'em contest at Baumhauers.com for weekly prizes. Baumhauers, legendary fun and legendary food.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago.
I require a plant-based diet.
To making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table. Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross. The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
It's the rarest and most unusual of situations. The greatest coach of all time in the position to play the disrespect card. Imagine that. Coach Nick Saban's Alabama, the most dominant college football program, well, ever. As the underdog, with a crimson chip the size of Mount Cody right on its collective shoulders. That's exactly where the Tide finds itself. Case in point, the last 205 games. Bama's only been an underdog 5 times. To top that off, with being treated as a bit of an afterthought, really all year by the esteemed College Football Playoff Committee, and you've served up a steaming plate full of motivational manna to the master motivator. Let's call it reverse rat poison. As it turned out, Bama won 3 of those 4 games by double figures, and only the injured and depleted 21 team failed to prove the prognosticators wrong in the 2021 National Championship game. But that's all locker room stuff. On the field, it shapes up as more of a paradox of physics, the immovable object versus the irresistible force. Georgia is a well-documented and well-executed knockoff of the original, playing their own Eastern Division version of joyless murder ball.
For the number 1 ranked Bulldogs, the streaks continue. Georgia goes unbeaten in SEC regular season play.
The irresistible force? Well, since really week 3 of this season, Bama's been on a slow and steady trajectory towards greatness. it has been just about impossible to defeat.
Throws into the end zone. It's caught! It's caught by Isaiah Bond. Touchdown, Alabama!
Let's get out of here again. Alabama wins it.
After the Texas game in week 2 to where they stand now, one simple word comes to mind. Remarkable.
Something has obviously got to give. We're right down the street from the watery grave, and we'll try to teach the Bulldogs to behave. From the world's largest Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta, Bama in Georgia for the SEC Championship. Next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama, Georgia. It's the SEC Championship live from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. Now turn it up. It's game time.
64 degrees, cloudy with a chance of rain outside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Inside, about 70. No chance of rain, barring a leak, and a championship on the line. Those are your weather conditions presented by Alpha Insurance. Protect your car's home life and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. Right now, we pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Along with Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, Chris Stewart with you here inside beautiful Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. The SEC Championship on the line. The top-ranked Georgia Bulldogs, the number 8 Alabama Crimson Tide. Bama trying to keep its hopes of a college football playoff very much intact. More importantly, trying to claim a title that they last won 2 years ago in winning the Southeastern Conference crown. It's the 73rd meeting in the history of the series between the two programs, the 4th time in the SEC championship game. Bama a 42, 26-4 all-time advantage, including, yes, a 3-0 mark in previous SEC title game matchups. The two teams last met, you may recall, in the 2022 CFP title game. The Bulldogs able to pull out the 33-18 win after Alabama had won the SEC title over Georgia in this building a month prior. Nick Saban, 9-3 all-time against the University of Georgia, 7-2 as the head coach of the Crimson Tide. Georgia head coach Kirby Smart, 1-4 for his career at his alma mater against his former employer, the University of Alabama. Tyler Watts, you know what it's like to be in this setting. You know how meaningful it is. There's an awful lot of work that goes into having the chance to be in an SEC championship game.
Yeah, your goal all year long is to continue to get better so that you can win enough games to represent your side, your division, and have a chance to come here to Atlanta. Now all of a sudden you're here. You've been in several big games, though, over the last month. Specifically last week versus Auburn, the emotions that were building up in that stadium. These guys are ready. There is nothing that is going to occur here in the next 5 to 10 minutes that they have not experienced throughout the course of this season.
Alabama 34-8-1 all-time in dome stadiums. Nick Saban 26-5 in roofed buildings, including a 25-2 mark since 2009. It's incredible. Bama has loved trips to Atlanta. 17-1 in games played here since Nick Saban became the head coach, hallelujah, of the Crimson Tide. That includes 16 straight wins. Amazing. The last loss, the first one in this building when the era of belief, I'll call it, that Alabama could once again be Alabama occurred. John Parker Wilson, Rashad Johnson, and others brought an undefeated Tide team here. Tim Tebow and the Gators better that day. Bama has been better than everybody else, though, in this building ever since.
It's been a home away from home here in Atlanta, and one that the Alabama fan base loves to come travel to support the Crimson Tide, and one we've had a tremendous amount of success in, as you just mentioned.
The only two times the Tide has fallen in back-to-back games against the same opponent, LSU and Ole Miss. The Tide has not yet had the opportunity to bounce back from losses to Utah, Clemson, Texas, or Georgia. A victory over the Bulldogs just might give you another chance sometime down the road in the next month against the Longhorns. But even though fans and everybody else around the country may be talking about that, this team is locked in on the task at hand, and that's trying to win an SEC crown.
It's really the only thing that is important today for this football team is winning today's contest, playing your best, playing at what you're capable of doing. I would still submit to you, we've seen a better football team throughout the course of the season, but we still have not seen a complete game out of this football team.
The Eastern Division champions have made their way out onto the field by designation prior to the year. They're wearing the road white jerseys with the silver breeches. The home team, which has certainly felt at home in this city and specifically in this stadium, is about to make its way out of the tunnel with the man who's won more national championships at the major college level than anyone in history, Nick Saban, set to lead the Crimson Tide out of the tunnel to our right, wearing those crimson jerseys, the white pants, and the crimson stripes. And the Tide not running out of the tunnel just yet. The captains are making their way out, walking down the sideline. And they'll change their route just slightly because of the official. But Bama ready to run onto the field, and they are doing so as we speak. (32, 52, and 15 are the captains for the Alabama Crimson Tide. And of course, that means Deontay Lawson. Also, it means Tyler Booker, and it means Dallas Turner are the captains making their way to midfield right now, along with the captains for the Georgia Bulldogs. Our lead official for today's ball game, a veteran crew, Kyle Olson, is the lead official, and we will attempt to listen in as he is at midfield.
All right, man, congratulations on a great 2023 season. Congratulations on earning your way to the 2023 SEC Championship game. Georgia, you're the visiting team. You'll be making the call. Gentlemen, I have an SEC coin here. This is heads. This is tails. I will flip it and let it fall to the ground. Georgia, what is your call? Tails. Tails has been called. You have won the coin toss. What would you like to do? Georgia's elected to defer. Alabama will receive the opening kickoff.
Understandable if you got a little nerves before this one, as apparently was the case for a brief moment for Kyle Olson, our referee. But Georgia does win the toss. They've deferred to the second half, and not a surprise that they would make that call.
No, especially how they have played this entire season. They've been a little slower out of the gates offensively, but in the third quarter, similar to Alabama, is when they really turn it on. So they would love to figure things out in the first half, limited possessions, and then take advantage of having the ball coming out of the gates to start the second.
Tyler, despite what history has been and Georgia being so good in the second half, how much more vital does it make it for Alabama to be good out of the gate in this one.
Oh, 100%. You have got to be strong on your first possession, similar to what you were last week versus Auburn, taking the ball down the field and tacking on a touchdown. Alabama needs that same type of performance for two reasons: to instill that confidence, take advantage of the points on the board, and create that deficit. You want to force this Georgia team to play from behind for as long of a period as you can.
Jared Zirkel will handle the kickoff for Georgia. Zirkel 6'3", 185, and a junior. For the Bulldogs, Kendrick Law, deep as usual, along with Roydell Williams for the Crimson Tide. An incredible setting, a great venue. Two great teams, one championship on the line. It's the SEC crown, the precursor to perhaps more. But right now, it's only the SEC that matters, because yes, it does indeed just mean more. Waiting on the go-ahead from television and our game officials as the video boards say, make noise, and the crowd is indeed obliging. A lot of reds in this building, different shades, but an awful lot of red as Georgia and Alabama, familiar postseason foes, get set to battle once again here in Atlanta. Please hurry up, kick this thing off. We're all ready to go. CBS in their final time of getting the SEC championship game, milking it for all it's worth, as they should. But finally, we are indeed ready as the officials give the go-ahead. Zirkel will approach and kick a low, wobbly line drive that will hit, take a high bounce, and go out of bounds. And could that be a mistake?
No.
Okay, it is indeed going to be a touchback. Wow, Kendrick Law fielded that football, but with 1 foot inbounds and one out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Kicking team.
Wow.
The ball we placed on the 35-yard line. Touchdown.
That's understanding the rules also. If you have 1 foot out of bounds and you possess the ball, it is considered a kick out of bounds. The ball is going to go to the 35-yard line.
My concern was, did he make the catch and then have that foot come down?
Yeah.
So thankfully, instead of starting inside their own 5, Bama will start off at the 30. Roydell Williams will be the starter in the backfield with quarterback Jalen Milroe, Robbie Oots, and C.J. Dupree. A 2 tight end look as Kendrick Law will come in motion to the near side of the field. From the pistol, play action by Milroe. Loading up, wants to go deep, has a man down there, but it's incomplete. It looked as though he got hit or the ball got deflected as he threw it, Tyler. So actually fortunate that that one is just an incomplete pass. It could have been so much worse.
Well, it was a home run shot there on first down, and Jermaine Burton went about 15, 20 yards, then broke to the outside, and he slipped coming out of his break. And I think when that happened, Jalen Milroe just threw it as deep as he could.
Zion Loga was the man who made the hit as the handoff goes to Roydell left side, and he'll get about 3 yards on that play. But Alabama will have a 3rd and 7 upcoming as Javon Bullard came up from the safety spot to make the hit on the Alabama running back, and a 3rd and long upcoming here for the Crimson Tide. Dupree out. Amari Nyblack comes in to replace him for the Crimson Tide. More of a hybrid tight end / wide receiver is number 84. So Milroe from the pistol with, again, Williams to his left. Milroe directing traffic. No movement yet from the wide receivers. Everybody standing, and now Nyblack will go in motion to the right side of the formation, giving them 3 to that side. The snap comes, stepping up Milroe. Now he looks like he wants to run, but he's going to be wrapped up and brought down back at the 32-yard line. The tackle made by Jalen Walker, the sophomore from Salisbury, North Carolina, getting the tackle, and that will be 4th down for Alabama. A loss on the play back to the Crimson Tide 33-yard line.
So a couple of adjustments that are going to occur. Walker sat back in a spy position, waiting on Jalen Milroe to break down and run that. He had Tyler Booker lined up directly across him. Tyler did not engage Walker. look for Alabama to make that adjustment, especially with some sort of verbal call, so that you can get a lead blocker out front.
James Burnham getting the snap, punting it away, and it's a short kick. High spiraling, it takes a bounce, and thankfully it'll take a Bama roll out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. When it left his foot, we thought, maybe similar to what he had early in the Auburn game, but instead it goes out of bounds at the 17 of Georgia after what turned out to be a 50-yard punt. We'll keep it right here as the Bulldogs will make their way to the line of scrimmage. Actually, they will huddle up around their quarterback. Again, in his first year as the starter, Carson Beck, the junior out of Jacksonville, Florida, 6'4", 220 pounds, and a junior, 13 of 20 last week for 175 yards against Georgia Tech. He will have Dejon Edwards in the backfield to his right. Pistol formation with Rosamie Jack-Saint to the right, and also going in motion, Dominic Lovett. Play action. They'll look. They'll throw to the tight end. He's got a lot of running room. That's Bowers across the 35 and lowering his shoulder. He'll get up near the 39-yard line. They waste no time, Tyler, going to one of their top targets.
Georgia runs this play more than anybody else. Well, they'll take Bowers at one end, and he'll act like he's blocking down, and then he'll free release to the edge. They do that off of the play action. Alabama adjusts to the run, tries to fill, and there's nobody on the backside with Bowers. 23 yards on the play, and that will give Georgia a 1st and 10 from their own 39-yard line. The nose almost resting on the 40 as they'll bring two wide outs to the left side, one to the right. Play action, looking, firing left side, a man wide open, making the catch will be Lovett, and he'll fight forward for another 1st down. Back-to-back passing plays resulting in big yardage. That one goes for around 15. Lovett came in motion, just slipped out into the flat. Alabama sank down with the deeper receiver routes, and Lovett was wide open out there to be able to advance it for a 1st down.
14 yards they'll give him officially. As once more the snap goes to Beck. He'll go on a toss left side. A gain of about 3.5 or 4 for Edwards as he gets across the 45 of Alabama and down to the Crimson Tide 43-yard line. Dallas Turner making the stop, but again, not until a gain of 4 was made by the Bulldogs. Lovett and Jack-Saint wide to the right side of the formation. Beck acted as though he wanted a quick snap, but that was just to throw the Bama defense off. Nobody moved, and now he'll walk up to the line of scrimmage and say a word to the lineman there. They've got Bowers split wide right, one of 2 men that direction. They'll swing it out. They'll use Bowers as a blocker as the pass was completed to the man out of the backfield, Dejon Edwards, and he gets wrapped up just shy of the 1st down mark. Jahad Campbell there to make the hit, but it's going to be 3rd down and less than a yard for the 1st. Bulldogs go with no running backs. Quarterback Keat pushing forward to the 35. That'll be enough to move the chains. A 1st down for Georgia at the Alabama 35.
And here early on, both offenses really attacking the perimeter of their opponents. That's really where Alabama has struggled and this Georgia defense has struggled. So a lot of film study. You know that you need to attack the edges in order to have success.
Oscar Delp, one of 2 tight ends in. He's split right. Kendall Milton is the tailback. That other tight end I reference, of course, is Bowers. He's to the left side of the formation. Now he goes in tight to the left side. Single setback with the quarterback operating under center. They'll also bring the receiver into the hash mark on the left side. They'll go on a stretch play action right. Firing right side. Catch is made. It's McConkey out of bounds. Another 1st down for Georgia. This one is near the Alabama 20-yard line after a 15-yard pickup.
Georgia's gone 2 tight ends. They love to throw the ball, especially when they condense the formation, which they did on the previous play.
Precise execution thus far for the Bulldogs as they will hand it off. They'll run it right side, and Kendall Milton, the senior from Fresno, California, will work his way to the 17-yard line. Terry and Arnold getting the stop for the Crimson Tide.
Look, and it's easy to get discouraged by how Georgia has moved the ball in this opening possession. But the key is this: forcing field goals versus touchdowns.
Bowers is out. McConkey out as well. They've got 3 wideouts in formation. The single setback to the left of the quarterback Beck is again Milton. They'll shift the tight end Delp over the left side as well. Handoff will go. Big hole right side. 10-5 touchdown for the Georgia Bulldogs. It was Kendall Milton on the carry. 17 yards. And Georgia has a 6-0 lead with 9:31 to go in the opening quarter of play here in Atlanta.
And really nothing fancy about the play either. Just an all-tackle play. And as you mentioned, Milton kind of hesitated to allow the hole to open up, and we didn't fill it properly with the linebackers.
So an extra point attempt upcoming for Peyton Woodring, the 5'10 freshman from Lafayette, Louisiana. It'll come from the hold of Carson Beck. William Mode, a Birmingham native out of Hoover's Spain Park High School, is the long snapper. Snaps a little high. The spot's down perfectly, and the kick is good by Woodring. And Georgia has a 7-0 lead in the opening moments of this one. 9:31 to go first quarter. 7-0 Georgia leading Bama here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through December 5th, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
9:31 left to go in the first quarter. Georgia with a 7-0 lead against Alabama as we start the SEC championship game. Coming up at halftime, and we'll get the opportunity to go down to the field and talk to Coach Saban as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. We're coming to you live today from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. Again, with Alabama Credit Union. Once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so much. Tyler Watts, no need to push the panic button just yet, but certainly Georgia going through the Bama defense like a hot knife through butter certainly doesn't give you a real good feeling.
Said this for years, though. Anytime coaches sit around in a room and they come up with a nice game plan, they're going to put their best stuff up front. So a lot of defenses will play a little vanilla defensively until they see how the opponent is going to come out, make adjustments accordingly. Look for Alabama to do the same thing on the sideline right now.
Georgia set to kick off. They do. Kendrick Law standing at the goal line, watches it sail over his head and through the end zone. The touchback will give Bama the ball at the 25-yard line where they will start their second drive of the day. 1st and 10. Beck 4 for 4, 61 yards on that opening drive. Jalen Milroe 0 for 1 thus far. It came on the game's first play where he was hit as he threw the football, and it thankfully fell harmlessly to the turf inside the 30-yard line of Georgia. Now Bama operates from at their own 25. A 1st and 10 with Roydale Williams again. Just joining us, Chase McClellan apparently not able to go in this one. Not a surprise given the injury that he suffered last week at Auburn and the fact that he was very limited this week in practice for the Crimson Tide. Milroe gets the snap from the pistol, hands it off Williams, going off the left side, pushes forward across the 30-yard line, to the 32-yard line. That's a nice first down gain with nothing flashy there on the run play.
Yeah, Caden Proctor really did an excellent job there at that left tackle position of penetrating, getting on his guy and pushing him about 10 yards upfield.
Spot the football barely across the 30. Malik Benson, Jermaine Burton among the wideouts out there for Alabama. among the four. Amari Nyblack is another. Roydell Williams goes in motion. Empty backfield. Jalen with all day. Looking. Firing. Catch made. No. Dropped by Benson as he was rattled just as he caught the football at the 45-yard line. One that he could have brought in. Some might say should have brought in, but he got popped on that play. The big hit leveled by Malachi Starks, the safety for the Bulldogs, to break up what certainly would have been a first down and more.
He did take a shot, but he's got to have stronger hands and get that ball tucked in quickly, especially in the middle, knowing that you're going to have contact.
3rd and 5 for Bama. They failed on their only third down conversion attempt earlier. Empty set again for Bama offensively as the snap fielded by Milroe, looking left side, and Burton looked like he lost sight of the football. Jermaine was the intended receiver. He had Kamari Lassiter, the corner, with him step for step, and Alabama goes 3 and out once again.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity. You had a couple. You caught Georgia in a man coverage. You had some crossers going across. Could have taken the easier shot. Instead, elected to go the one-on-one down the edge of the field. That's a low percentage pass. And they got crossed on communication. The ball just lands 10 yards away from Burton.
11 for Georgia is now on 47.
So Burnham punting it away for Alabama. This is a much better kick. The last one traveled 50 yards, but this is a missile that'll be fair caught back around the 12-yard line. Muse able to bring that one in, but a beautiful punt covering 56 yards. This time by James Burnham, and Georgia will have it 1st and 10 inside their 15 when we come back to Atlanta. 8:38 to go, first quarter of play here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's Georgia 7, Alabama nothing in the SEC Championship game on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? A DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can't run, or you can't drive high. You can't run, or you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Georgia 7, Alabama nothing with 8:38 left to go in the first quarter. This is a perfect time for a Bud Light. Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today.
Thank you so much, Roger Hoover. He is to my left. Tyler Watts to my right here inside Royal Furniture broadcast booth as Alabama faces the Georgia team with a 7-0 lead. Bulldogs with the ball. Kendall Milton in the backfield to the right of quarterback Carson Beck. Now he switches to the left side of the junior QB. They'll hand it off to him. No play action. Passed up off left side. And a great play defensively by Malachi Moore. Able to wrap up Brock Bowers for a loss of 3 on the play.
So we talk about adjustments that are going to occur. Another play action on first down, trying to get the ball out quick to Bowers, and instead Malachi Moore reads his assignment, reacts appropriately for the big loss.
Damon Payne Jr. in the game along the defensive front for Alabama at the nose. Joined up there by Jaheim Otis to his right. Georgia with a second down in 13 upcoming from their own 10. They'll put a man in motion to the right side. They'll go play action again. Beck sitting back in the pocket, having to scramble into the end zone, being chased, fires it out right, and that is going to be incomplete. It was a one-hopper fielded by McConkey, but it definitely hit the turf first around the 30-yard line. Bama with great pressure on the Georgia quarterback and almost got the safety sack.
Well, it really starts with the coverage downfield. There's nowhere to go with the football, and that allows the twisting that's going on up front by the defensive front to apply pressure up the middle, force Carson Beck out of the edge. No receivers to that way. He has to throw it where only McConkey can get it if all is incomplete.
3rd and 13. Georgia converted its only 3rd down on its initial drive that resulted in a touchdown. They've got 3 men right, including Bowers in the slot to the right side. Beck firing down the slot. That's going to be incomplete. Oh, Malachi almost picked it off. It was a pass that sailed on the Georgia quarterback, and Malachi Moore playing free safety there, basically. Almost got the pick, but Bama forces Georgia to go 3 and out, and they will have to punt it away.
So they kind of bracketed Bowers going on the seam route. They put Caleb down low in the tackle box, and then he has man-to-man coverage with safety help. Malachi Moore back deep. Ball throws high. That should have been intercepted by Malachi.
Caleb Downs back at his own 40. Brett Thorson standing in the middle of the end zone to our right. Snap comes to him. He just gets it away. It was almost blocked, but this one hits near the 45 of Georgia, crosses midfield, goes out of bounds, and Bama will have great starting field position right around the 43-yard line, their own 43. 1st and 10 when we come back to Atlanta. Bama down 7-0, 7:31 to go first quarter, but ready perhaps to tie it when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. shoestation.com/Bama.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through December 5th, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
7:31 left to go in this first quarter of the SEC Championship game. Georgia with a 7-0 lead against Alabama. We just saw the Crimson Tide force Georgia to go 3 and out on that last possession. That big-time stop by Bama presented by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide with 13 locations across the Southeast. Keep your business rolling. And Tyler Watts, what a good statement, what a good response by this Alabama defense a moment ago.
It was. We got great coaches, made adjustments. We won first down and put Georgia behind the chains. I think that's going to be key for this Alabama defense all day long. 4 second and long, 3rd and long situations, we can have success then.
1st and 10, Bama at their own 48. 5 wideouts available initially for Jalen Milroe, but they will change the formation. Jam Miller comes into backfield and will have the ball fake to him. It'll be a quarterback keep. Milroe into Georgia territory, down to the 45 and near the first down marker. Nice 9-yard pickup on the first down play for Alabama.
He had Robbie Oots and Kendrick Law out front, as well as Seth McLaughlin. I think if he takes this ball to the edge, he had a block set up by Oots. Instead, he cut it back. He saw a nice hole, but he turned what could have been a touchdown into only a 9-yard gain.
Again, Miller, the running back, a sophomore from Tyler, Texas. to the left of Jalen Milroe, a Katy, Texas native for the Crimson Tide. Handoff to Jam right up the gut. Bounces right, gets the first down inside the 40 to the 38-yard line. As Roger Hoover reminds me, that first down, the first of the game, sponsored by ATIX. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket. Seth McLaughlin running interference on that last play. Butch points out to me as Alabama has a fresh set of downs at the 38-yard line of Georgia, down 7-0 with 6.5 to go in the opening quarter of play. Miller will once again join Milroe in the backfield with one wide out left. Everybody bunched in left side. Handoff will go that side. Miller fighting forward to the 30-yard line. Another nice gain. Give him 8 yards on that first down pickup. C.J. Dupree, one of the tight ends, running interference there.
And right now, Alabama definitely changing the look up with 3 tight ends in the ball game, running the football effectively right up the middle.
Kendrick Law split wide to the left side near that 30-yard marker. As Milroe from the empty set gets the snap, looking, has all day, still looking, directing traffic, pressure coming, almost went down, keeps his feet, rolls to his left, now he wants to run, he's got a first down, he gets to the boundary out of bounds, saving himself a hit, but gets the bank first. First down for the Crimson Tide, setting up shop inside the 25-yard line.
You know, Georgia really is only rushing 3 men on all of Alabama's passes, so there's an eternity of time for Jalen Milroe to be able to dissect this secondary. Unfortunately, because there's so many people back there in coverage, the holes are very, very small. Those windows are small. Jalen Milroe, after he crosses the 30-yard line, does not want to make a mistake.
Correct myself. They're at the 27 to begin 1st and 10 with Nyblack coming in motion right side. Keeping it himself will be Milroe trying to get to the edge. Does, but he's going to be corralled as he gets to the boundary. But, man, another nice first down pickup. What did he get, 7 or 8 yards on that one as well?
Yeah, another 8 yards on the game there. Maybe probably 7. And I tell you, right now, the wide receivers are doing an excellent job of stop blocking. Kendrick Law here going to the edge once again, applying the lick and allowing Milroe to get to the perimeter.
Crimson Tide inside the red zone. The Chick-fil-A red zone for the Crimson Tide as they are at the Georgia 19-yard line. Second down and a couple upcoming for Milroe with Miller to his right. Receiver in motion is Hale. The handoff goes left side and there'll be a loss on the play. Boy, Bama ran right into the pressure that time. Kristen Miller, the 6'4 redshirt freshman out of Ellenwood, Georgia, made the stop, and that's a loss all the way back to the 25. It sets up third and about 9.5.
Well, both Tyler Booker and Caden Proctor pulled back towards the right, and there was nobody filling that hole. I'm not sure if Jam was supposed to be some sort of a counter or if there was some miscommunication up front, because they vacated about a 5-yard radius there where no one but that defender was in that hole.
Positive yardage, no more loss needed right here for Alabama, whether you get a first down or not. Play clock down to 3 as Jalen gets the snap. Pressure coming, rolling to his right, firing towards the end zone. Has a man. Bond ran out of real estate. He didn't do so down on the Plains, but here in Atlanta, he just ran out of room in the back right corner this time, as there was good coverage from Georgia on that play. Dan Jackson, the safety, was with him, and the pass sailed incomplete. But now Will Reichard will wait on the snap. Upcoming from Nealon Hibbett, the hold from James Burnham, trying to give Alabama points for the first time today, and in the process become college football's all-time leading scorer. 48-yard try. Kick is up. Kick is good. The field goal is good. Bama's on the board, and nobody in the history of NCAA football has scored more points than Will Reichard. 533 now for his career. Timeout on the field. 7-3 now our score on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Rob Vaughn, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
There's nothing like an Alabama football Saturday in the South. Well, there's also nothing like the thundering engines of NASCAR rolling into Daytona Beach, Florida this February. With the Daytona 500 sold out, make sure you secure a seat to come see the stars of tomorrow in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race at Daytona International Speedway. Kids 12 and under get in free. An adult ticket start at just $49. Get your tickets now at Daytona500.com.
Georgia 7, Alabama 3 with 3:43 left to go in the first quarter. The Bromberg scoring drive for Alabama, 8 plays, 26 yards, 3 minutes, 48 seconds off the clock, culminating in a 43-yard field goal for Will Reichard. And now he is, as Chris mentioned a moment ago, the all-time points leader in NCAA football history at 533 points, moving just past Navy quarterback Keenan Reynolds, who was tied with Reichard coming into this game, but now that record belongs to Reichard.
Does indeed, and I believe I said 48 on the kick. Gave him too much credit, but 3 points nonetheless from 43 yards to make it a 7-3 contest. And Tyler, great to get points, but disappointing you didn't get 7 because you had a lot of momentum going.
Yeah, defense sets you up in great field position, and you had things rocking and rolling with the 2nd and 2 and took the loss, and that really changed the entire drive.
Reichard's kick sails over the head of Mekhi Muse, the intended return man for Georgia, but no chance to return it as Will boots that one through the back of the end zone. So 1st and 10 upcoming for the Bulldogs from their 25, and will be very interesting to see if Georgia gets its momentum back on offense from their initial drive of the game, or if Bama keeps it going with what they're doing defensively.
Well, this game is going to go both ways. It's going to swing back and forth throughout the fourth quarters, and it's whichever team adjusts appropriately and handles that adversity is the one that will be victorious.
Bordby, Payne, and Smith along the defensive front for Alabama. As the Dogs send a man in motion right side and Arian Smith, they will hand it off to the running back, Dejan Edwards, and he will work his way across the 30 to the 31-yard line of Georgia. A gain of about 6 on that play, and it'll be 2nd and 4 for the Dogs.
Edwards is so patient of waiting for holes to open up, and when he gets a little crease now, he is able to turn it up and get up into that hole and exploit it awfully quick.
Smith, Lovett, and Rosemy Jack Saint split wide to the right side for the Bulldogs. They've got the tight end to the left in Delp. Single setback is again Edwards. Handoff goes to him, gets stopped left side, thought about going right, wasn't any better there, and so he just pushes forward for maybe a half yard. It'll be 3rd and maybe 2 upcoming for Georgia right here. Tim Smith and Dallas Turner combining on the stop for the Crimson Tide, but there was a bunch of Crimson there along that front to slow it up.
Yeah, Tim Smith, as well as the rest of the guys on that left side of the defensive line, did a good job of not allowing that line to push him back and gain any momentum.
3rd, about a yard and a half, they say now, as the Dogs will operate from the pistol formation. Carson back at quarterback, and the single setback is Dejan Edwards. He is to his right. Play clock down to 6 seconds. They'll go with an empty set now as the play clock is down to 3. It's down to 2, and Kirby Smart runs to the official on the near boundary and says, I got to get a timeout, and he saved themselves 5 yards right there.
Yeah, a lot of confusion prior to the snap with guys not lined up correctly beforehand, moving guys around in shifts. They go ahead and burn one right now.
They do indeed, and we'll keep it right here, as it will not be a lengthy timeout. Again, if you're just joining us, 2:24 remains in the opening quarter here in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the site of the SEC championship game. Georgia scored on its initial drive after forcing Bama to go 3 and out to begin the ball game. The Dogs taking the 7-3 lead on the 17-yard run from Dejan Edwards. Alabama able to answer back on their 3rd drive. They again went 3 and out on the 2nd, but on the 3rd drive, operating on a short field, Bama able to cover about 55 yards roughly on their scoring drive, capped by a 43-yard field goal off the foot of Will Reichard It made it a 7-3 ball game and also historically made Will the NCAA's all-time leading scorer with 533 career points. Timeout just about concluding. And Georgia will come to the line of scrimmage momentarily, facing third and just under 2 yards in order to get the first down. Brock Bowers back in the game as they will split a wide out far right in Dylan Bell. Everybody else bunched in tight from the pistol. Quarterback Beck will now walk up to the line of scrimmage. Gives instructions to his center, Van Pran, once again. Now back in the pistol. Tosses it quickly left side. They'll cut it back. There ain't nowhere to go. Bama brings them down for a loss. Tresman Marshall with a stop on Dejon Edwards, and the Tide turns the Dogs away to force them to punt.
Well, prior to the snap, Georgia got to the line of scrimmage, and Alabama showed a run pressure up on the inside. So that goes back to the line of scrimmage, audibles to a toss sweep into the boundary, something Georgia loves to do, but Caleb Downs came crashing down hard and made contact in the backfield to drop him for a loss.
Caleb Downs now back in punt return position, waiting on the kick from Brett Thorson. His first punt covered 41 yards. His second punt is a high spiraling missile. Fair catch called for and made all the way back at the 6-yard line by Downs. And Bama will not have great starting field position, but they will have the ball after a 60-yard punt from the foot of Brett Thorson, the sophomore from Melbourne, Australia.
Backed up here, he might have been better off just letting that one hit the ground and roll into the end zone. I think anytime you're backpedaling from about the 20-yard line, though, you probably lose track of where you are.
And also part of why he's got that position now is his lack of fear in fielding punts. So did that, but may have hurt Alabama somewhat in the process, but did field it cleanly. And let's see what the offense can do now back inside its own 10-yard line. Milroe at quarterback. Jalen's looking for his first pass completion. He'll hand it off left side, running room. Roydell Williams, 12 yards on the gain. First down, Alabama, brought to you by Bank First.
And right now, Georgia is so concerned about Jalen Milroe and his ability because of what happened last week at Georgia Tech with the quarterback run, that they're allowing our running backs to get to the edge untouched.
Milroe hands it off. They'll work forward. Jan Miller on the carry, I believe. Nope, that's Roydell again, who gets across the 25 to about the 27. Second down and short, upcoming for Alabama, who's running it very effectively right at the teeth of the Bulldogs.
Well, if they're only going to put 5 guys in the box, you have numbers. You've got to take advantage of that. And right now, the line is having their way with this Georgia defensive front.
Under 50 seconds remain in the opening quarter of play. 7-3 Georgia, but Bama on the move. Milroe, play action, looking with plenty of time. Dumps it off out of the backfield. Roydell gets down the left side, gets bumped out of bounds. Man, if he throws it to him quicker, Tyler, instead of floating it like he did, he may have had a chance to get past the linebacker, Marvin Jones.
Yeah, Marvin Jones is kind of out there in a one-on-one situation, and he could probably make a move on him if the ball is thrown there quicker. But you got to remember that Roydell Williams on that pass route is a check down. He's your safety valve. That's who you go to after you have explored all other options.
Not complaining, though. It was a first down brought to you by Bank First. Bama with trips left, stacked up there near the far hash. Now they'll come in tight all to the left side. Robbie Utes along with Williams, who's in the backfield. Also Kendrick Law. The handoff. Nope, play action. Milroe looks, fires, and almost threw an interception. Stepping in front of Malik Benson was Javon Bullard, the safety, who almost got the pick right there. Would have been a huge play for the Georgia defense, but Alabama will have it as the second quarter will get underway. We've played 15 minutes here in Atlanta, and we got a good one going. Unfortunately, it's Georgia with a 7-3 advantage right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it Time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends, surprise parties, camps, birthdays? The same way you plan for the important moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
It is 3:50, folks. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio. Your scoreboard is brought to you by Alabama Power. Right now in the Big 12 championship game, your Big 12 title belongs to number 7 Texas. They pound Oklahoma State 49-21. It was a really interesting game between Miami and Toledo today. The Red Hawks winning the MAC championship 23-14, and right now Mountain West title game, Boise State leading UNLV 31-17. Let's send you back live right now to Atlanta. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. After 15 minutes of play, Georgia with a 7-3 lead against Alabama. The Bulldogs went in front first with 9:31 left to go in the first quarter on a Kendall Milton 17-yard touchdown run. With 3:43 left to go in the quarter, it was Will Reichard connecting on a 43-yard field goal to get Alabama on the scoreboard. In terms of the total yardage, 87 yards for Alabama compared to 59 yards to this point for Georgia. Again, coming up at halftime, I'll head down to the field to serve as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Cook's Pest Control and Cinchcon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, what'd you think about the first 15 minutes?
About like what you expected. Hoping a little bit less fireworks, I guess, out of this Georgia offense. Hoping they'll be a little slower out of the gate. But after that initial drive, Alabama forcing 2 consecutive punts. So making the adjustments that are necessary. This is going to be a cat and mouse game back and forth between these coaching staffs throughout the course. What adjustments are made? How does the other opponent adjust to that adjustment? And so on and so forth. Right now, Georgia has gone a little bit lighter. They're a little concerned about being attacked on the edge. That makes them vulnerable up the middle. Alabama recognizes it. They run it between the tackles.
Big drive right here, isn't it? With 2nd and 10 upcoming.
They're all huge. Every possession is big, and you have to maximize it. You remember, this is late in the season. You ought to be playing your best football right now, recognizing what the defense is doing and learning how to take advantage of it.
Alabama likely to go with an empty set, as right now Kendrick Law is in the backfield to the right of Jalen Milroe, but he won't stay there. He will become one of 4 wideouts to the right side of the formation. Left side, it's Isaiah Bond. Snap to Jalen. Plenty of time. Fires across the middle. He's got a man. Catch is made. Fighting inside the 45 and finally pulled down and an extra 15 yards tacked on to the catch from Kobe Prentice. That's going to be a face mask on Georgia, and the Calera native getting his first grab of the game, and Alabama should be setting up shop inside the Georgia 30 after what was initially a 19-yard gain.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 22.
So 19 becomes what, 34 now total on that play?
Yeah, that's a nice pickup there, especially after 2nd and 10 when Georgia, they negated or didn't want the last penalty Alabama had. You think about this drive started on the 5-6 yard line. Alabama's done a nice job of moving the ball on the ground, and that's one of the first times we've seen them have success in the air.
Roydell in the backfield to the left to Jalen as Bama operates 1st and 10 from the 29. They'll send a man in motion right side, but the handoff is right up the middle. Roydell Williams keeping the legs churning, gets to the 20-yard line, and Bama may just have the ball inside the Chick-fil-A red zone as Tyler Booker cleaned house right in front of him.
Well, he had great vision of cutting that to the backside. It was over pursued by the Georgia linebackers. He took advantage of it.
2nd and a yard. Handoff goes to Williams, who slipped one tackle, got back to the 20. Warren Brinson is the one that spun him around, but the good leg churn there from Roydell got him back to the original line of scrimmage, where it'll be 3rd and about a yard. Fortunate that wasn't a 3 or 4 yard loss.
Yeah, it was. Roydell did a good job getting back to the line.
Jalen getting to the line of scrimmage, taking the snap under center and pushing forward. Bama says they've got a 1st down, but the guys in stripes are the ones that matter. The ball is inside the Chick-fil-A red zone now, but is it enough for an Alabama 1st down? They'll look at it, and they will say 4th and inches. Nick Saban says you better believe we're going for it here. Strength on strength right here.
Last week in this situation, Alabama attacked the perimeter. Did they do the same thing or go back with a quarterback sneak right up the middle?
Roydell's the lone setback. Jalen operating under center again. Walks up behind his center. Gets the snap, hands it off, fighting forward, easily getting the 1st down. Roydell Williams moved the chains as Alabama operates now inside the Chick-fil-A red zone from the 18-yard line of the bank. 1st down for the Tide.
Boy, J.C. Latham did an excellent job of just collapsing the entire right side of the line of scrimmage for the Alabama offense. That allowed Williams to bounce it off and pick up the 1st down.
Milrow looking to the Alabama sideline, getting the play signal to him. 4 men split wide to the right. Jam Miller is the lone man left. Now he'll come to the backfield. Joining Milrow is 3 of those 4 I referenced come in tight to the right side. Bama will run it up the middle. Miller with a flag coming in, and likely this one coming back after a game that put Alabama around the 13-yard line, but the line may have committed an infraction.
Yeah, I thought we had a good pancake block. I think they're going to get us for dumping a player.
Offense, number 77, 10-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
Jane Roberts guilty of the hold right there, and that is a tough 10-yard step off back to the 28-yard line, it appears. First penalty.
Sometimes when you're blocking, it was actually, I'm not sure what they called.
So they'll spot it back at the 27, it appears, with Miller the setback. Nyblack goes in motion right side. 1st and 20 for Alabama. Snap to Milrow. Jalen looking. He's got Miller wide open. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Alabama takes the lead with 12:04 to go in the 1st half. 9-7. Alabama on top after the 20-yard throw, catch, and run. Jalen Milrow to Jam Miller, and Bama is on top.
You have the 2 tight ends to the boundary, and when they free release and go out into coverage, everybody goes with them. So the Georgia defensive back completely lost count of the back coming out of Jam Miller coming out of the backfield. He goes down a little wheel wrap, completely wide open. Auburn did the same thing to us. We see this time and time again against these defenses who match up man-to-man.
Reichard's extra point. Perfect. And Alabama with 12:04 makes it a 10-7 ball game here in Atlanta. We're at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We got the SEC championship on the line. A 10-7 score. First time today. Good guys on top on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the guy in post-game traffic watching the post-game highlights while trying to make a left turn out of the very busy post-game parking lot. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise and the Allstate app.
Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in drive rights allows all states to use their driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, the rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will safer driveways. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
Now through Sunday, Target Circle members get 10% off Target gift cards. Choose your favorite Target gift card so everyone on your list can get their favorite gifts. Don't wait. Get this big deal today. Save 10% on Target gift cards this weekend only in stores and online. Not a Target Circle member? No problem. Join for free on the Target app or at target.com/circle. 10% off Target gift cards in Sunday. Get your gift cards now, only at Target.
Crimson Tide in front 10-7 over Georgia. The Bromberg scoring drive, 10 plays, 92 yards. It took 4:32 off the clock for Alabama. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for Station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Alongside Roger Hoover and Tyler Watts, I'm Chris Stewart. Glad to have you with us from Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and glad to tell you that Alabama's taking a 10-7 lead with 12:04 remaining here in quarter number 2. Will Reichard sets kickoff for Alabama. Mekhi Muse is the deep man for the Bulldogs as the kick sails in his direction, but it sails over his head and through the end zone, or into it, I should say. I was ready to say back of the end zone, but that kick checked up. And Georgia will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. And look, they were sensational on their first drive, but since then it's been all Alabama defense.
Alabama has really stymied them there at the line of scrimmage, not allowing the rushing lanes to really develop. And Carson Beck has been put in second and long, third and long situations with pressure in his face, trying to complete passes that have just not been there.
So from his 25-yard line, Beck will bring his team to the line of scrimmage. He operates from the pistol formation. Dejon Edwards check it. Kendall Milton in the backfield to his right. They'll bring McConkey in motion to the left side. One of 2 wideouts there. Quick toss to the right side. Trying to get to the edge, turning it up, but getting pushed out of bounds on the play was Milton. Terry and Arnold coming up in run support, the corner, able to make the stop, but not until Georgia is able to get about 4 on that play. Looks like both sides have decided, you know what, we're going to go old school right here and see which one can outmuscle the other.
What they're going to do is go back to their base offenses of what they do best versus what are they fearful of with the defense.
2nd and 6 upcoming with Milton again to the right side of the quarterback Beck. They'll bring a man in motion to the right side of the formation, and Dominic Lovett, he's got 2 wideout options there. He'll hand it off. They'll run right up the gut. They'll get 3, but no more. Great job by Tresman Marshall leading the charge and making sure that Milton, the senior running back out of Fresno, California, had nowhere to go after the initial point of contact. It'll be 3rd and 2.
So we talked about how interchangeable these linebackers are for Alabama. Trez a little more physical between the tackles than Jahai Campbell, but gives up some foot speed. But with a good effort there, forces the 3rd down conversion.
Georgia failed to convert on 3rd and a foot last time. They've got 3rd and 2 right here. Everybody bunched up tight. They'll hand it off. They'll give it once again to the running back, Edwards. He's going to fight forward this time to get the needed yardage to move the chains. They get him across the 35, almost to the 37-yard line. It wasn't all muscle. It was some of the quick nature of the play call that helped him get that 1st down.
It's also bouncing off of a couple of offensive linemen as well, but keeping that center of gravity moving forward, able to move the chains.
Georgia with 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Single setback. Again appears to be Milton as they put the wideout Lovett to the right side now. And then he changes direction going left. Play action. They looked his way. Now they look downfield. Pass is thrown. It is caught. First down in Bama territory at the 43-yard line. Marcus Rosemy-Jack-Saint able to make the grab for nice yardage to the Alabama 42. It's a gain of 25 on that play.
And the play took a long time to develop. I thought the Alabama defensive front was going to have an opportunity to get to Carson Beck, but he did a good job of surveying the field. Once again, when Trez Marshall's in there, not quite a good defender against the pass as what Jahad Campbell is.
Biggest play in a while for Georgia. The first time they moved the chains since their first series of downs. They'll put a man in motion left side, and Beck will swing it out right side. Catch is made for a gain of about 7. Dylan Bell near the boundary near side made the grab, and then the sophomore from Houston was forced out of bounds by Terry and Arnold.
So this drive, Georgia more productive on first down. When they stay ahead of the chains like most teams, they are much more effective at moving the ball downfield. Here, last several plays, nice 5, 6, 7 yard gains on first down with high percentage passes.
Thankfully only got 5, so 2nd and 5 upcoming with Lovett and McConkey split wide left. Again, they drag Lovett over to the near side of the formation, putting 2 men to the right. Handoff will go to the new running back, Dejon Edwards, and he will fight his way forward for 6. That'll move the sticks once again for Georgia. First down from the Alabama 32. Latham and Otis combining on the stop for Alabama, but not until Georgia picks up 6 yards. 10-7 Bama, 8:44 and ticking. Time left, second quarter here in Atlanta. Bulldogs again will bring everybody in tight, including their playmaker Brock Bowers to the left side. They'll bring Kendall Milton into the game in the backfield. They'll put a man in motion left side. Quarterback looking, firing across the middle. It is broken up and almost picked off. Mercy. Kool-Aid McKinstry almost picked it off. Terry and Arnold was the man chasing Arian Smith, the intended target. But man, I thought Kool-Aid was going to get that one playing off from the left corner slot.
Little razzle-dazzle here. They had a little play action trying to throw some sort of throwback and then tried to find the post route. But as you mentioned there, that ball, boy, he went up high. He got his hands on it. It went right through his hands. He probably should have caught it. Would have been a difficult catch, however.
2nd down and 10 for Georgia. 2 men right, including McConkey in the slot. He'll go left now. They go play action, roll right, fire it off. Catch is made and tripped up on a nice play by Caleb Downs on Oscar Delp, the tight end, a sophomore out of Cumming, Georgia, who was able to get 4 yards. But man, if he doesn't get his legs cut out from under him, they would have gotten a first down and a bunch more. 3rd and 6 upcoming for the Dogs, operating from the Alabama 28-yard line. Beck looking to the sideline to get the play. Kendall Milton is the lone setback behind. He's got 2 wideouts right, 2 left. Beck directing traffic. Play clock under 10 now. It's down to 5 seconds. He gets the snap from the pistol. Looking, stepping up in the pocket. Now he's going to run. He'll get a first down and a yard or 2 more. Boy, he decided at the last moment that he was going to tuck it and run. Got the first down. Now they're in the Bama red zone after a 14-yard gain.
But when the running back vacated, that took away our middle linebacker because we're in man coverage. There's nobody else in the middle of the field. Caleb Downs kind of got talled up in a back judge. He was unable to push forward and prevent Beck from getting the chains.
Operating inside the 20-yard line. Beck directing traffic. 1st and 10 Georgia at the Alabama 19. Everybody in tight. 2 wideouts in formation. They'll hand it off left side and not much running room for Kendall Milton as he got back to the line of scrimmage, but not much more. Deontay Lawson there to make the stop for the Crimson Tide. May have lost a foot on that play, if anything.
Boy, Deontay Lawson right now looks like his old form. That extra week of rest on that ankle has really helped his agility and his quickness to the ball.
2nd and 10 plus for Georgia. 2 men in the backfield now with Bowers and Milton flanking either side of Carson Beck. Waiting on the snap, gets it, hands it off left side, and Bama's able to trip him up. Oh, what a play, Deontay Lawson. Tyler just talked about him, and right on cue, he comes up big again. A loss of 4 on the play.
Yeah, Georgia trying to get to the edge, and Lawson quicker to the outside than what the Georgia running back was able to do. Kendall Milton did everything he could to get to the perimeter, but Lawson goes low and trips him up for another loss.
It was only a loss of a couple, though, because they gave him forward progress on that fall to the 21, but it's 3rd and a dozen now. They've got to get to the Bama 9 to keep the drive going. Beck from the pistol, 2 right, 2 left, 1 man to his right in Edwards. Snap goes to Carson. He will look and he will see the turf. A sack by the Alabama defense. Dallas Turner gets it done, and the Bama defense with the Guthrie's sack of the game, giving Georgia a spot where they've got to settle for what would be a game-tying 3.
Georgia does not want to be in 3rd and long situations where both Chris Braswell and Dallas Turner have opportunities to work one-on-one on the edges of these Georgia tackles. Dallas Turner absolutely beat his guy with the quickness and was able to get to Beck.
Field goal upcoming from 45 yards from Peyton Woodring. Waiting on the hold from Beck, and a flag comes in. Illegal procedure against Georgia. And again, still very much within Woodring's range.
False start. Kicking team, number 55. 5-yard penalty.
He's made a 48-yarder this year, but it'll be even tougher to get this one to go from 49, with the Bama fans making a lot of noise here in Atlanta. Almost in the middle of the hashes. Woodring waiting. Snap, spot, kick. It's up, and it is off the post. No good.
5 yards did matter, Chris.
Dogs denied on that drive. And Bama will have it, leading 10-7, 4:37 to go, second quarter. When we come back, it's the SEC Championship game on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
4:37 left to go before halftime. 10-7 Alabama leads the Crimson Tide with Dallas Turner getting that 37th sack of the year. Bama's sack count is presented by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, an Alabama tailgate tradition, now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sackful at Guthrie's. And also across the conference is presented by T-Mobile, bringing 5G to hometowns all across the SEC, and a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Great to see Andre Smith recognized as the SEC legend representing Alabama this season, Chris.
Was indeed, Roger. Also great to see that kick by the Bulldogs hit the right upright. Bounce away, and Alabama maintaining the 10-7 advantage with 4:37 to go here in the first half. Now trying to do something go into the locker room. Something positive, that is. Milroe gets the snap. Play action. He's looking downfield. He's looking deep. He's got a man. Burton is there, but it's going to be pass interference on Georgia. The ball was underthrown, but interference on the part of Malachi Starks is going to preserve a big gain, but yet still give Bama first down yardage with a penalty.
Well, the ball went about 60, 65 yards, so it's not that it was underthrown. It just wasn't thrown on time.
Pass interference. Defense, number 24. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Burton had him beat by about 2 or 3 steps, though. If the ball is thrown sooner, it is definitely a touchdown. Still hit Burton right in the gut.
So the first down on the penalty, the second 15-yarder of the game on the Dogs, third overall, makes it 1st and 10 Bama from their own 46-yard line. Handoff goes to Williams, fights forward, gets about 2 on the play. C.J. Allen, the inside linebacker, stepping up to deliver the hit for Georgia. But Alabama up 3 and the clock moving near the 4-minute mark. On the march, all 3 timeouts still in the hip pocket. Kobe Prentice, who had a big catch earlier along with C.J. Dupree, initially the left side, but now it's Prentice to the right, joining Burton and Bond for 3 men there, but now Kobe will come in motion to the left side. Handoff, no, keeper. Williams, quarterback, inside the 45. Jalen Milroe to the 44-yard line on that play. And Jalen Milroe, good yardage, setting up 3rd down and about 1.5 yards.
Yeah, so fast. Malmundin was in coverage there, the linebacker for Georgia, but just too much speed by Jalen Milroe.
Jam Miller in the backfield to the right of Milroe, who looks to the Bama sideline to get the play once more. He'll walk up, tell it to his offensive line, including center Seth McLaughlin. Play clock down to 5 seconds. It's at 4 when he gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Miller. He'll fight inside the 45, gets to the 44. It's going to be really close, and it'll depend on the spot, but I think he's got it.
I think his second effort got it. He got hit at the line of scrimmage, was able to keep his legs underneath him and continue to drive forward, and I think he fell forward for about a half yard to a yard, just enough to move the chains once again.
Boy, that is a weight room, strength and conditioning first down right there, because he was stopped, but kept the legs churning and able to get inside the 45 to the 42-yard line. Prentice and Bond are the wideouts left. Burton, the wideout right. Milroe with plenty of time. Fires left side high and incomplete. It was over the head of Prentice, who was there. Thankfully, it didn't stay airborne long enough for Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback for Georgia, to step up and get the pick.
Jim Miller did a good job of stepping up and taking on an oncoming linebacker right up the middle. That allowed enough time. That ball's got to be delivered lower. That's an easy pitch and catch for another first down to move the change. Down to 2:22. You want to end this drive on a kick with very little time for Georgia to take over.
2:22, as Tyler told you. 2nd and 10 upcoming as they operate from the Georgia 43-yard line, we'll call it. Snap to Milroe, fakes the pitch left. Plenty of time in the pocket. Pressure coming. He's going to be wrapped up and goes down back of the 45. Second sack recorded by the Georgia defense. Clock moving near the 2-minute mark, and now 3rd and a bunch upcoming for Alabama.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're trying to go for another home run off the play action. And that's just a long time for any offensive lineman to have to hold up. 4 or 5 seconds against this Georgia defensive front.
Bama will let the play clock wind down. Now it's at 10 seconds. I think Bama's going to use a timeout once it gets around 1 or 2. Nick Saban standing right by the official on that sideline. As it hits 2 seconds, he will indeed signal that he wants a timeout, and he gets it with 1:34 left on the game clock. So again, time management so important. Timeout on the field. We'll take the break as well. $1:34 to go in the half. 10-7 Bama hoping to add to it when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Important reminder, don't delay emergency care, especially for signs of life-threatening and severe illness and injury such as stroke, heart attack, trauma, and more. Ascension St. Vincent's ER care teams work quickly and listen to understand your health needs and deliver the care that's right for you and your family. Doctors and nurses are here for you 24/7, close to home. And you'll be connected to leading specialists and trusted providers for follow-up care. Visit ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Care.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Minute 34 remaining before halftime. It's Alabama 10 and Georgia 7. Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Coming up shortly, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. Now with 16 locations, there's always one near you. And again, coming up in just a few moments, we'll be talking with the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Nick Saban, as I will serve as the Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Chris, for the rest of this second quarter.
Hardest working man in show business, Roger Hoover, from up here in the booth as our broadcast host, down to talk with a coach at the half, and hopefully he'll be in a good mood because Bama has maximized this opportunity here late in the first half. They've got the ball, but a 3rd and 21 upcoming with 1:34 to go, and the Tide with possession now after the loss on the play back at their own 46-yard line.
Georgia with 2 timeouts remaining. I'm sure that Alabama would be conservative here. You'd have to pick up close to 20 yards to be in Reichard's field goal range.
Jan Miller right behind the quarterback, Jalen Milroe, in the pistol formation, standing at the 40, waiting on the snap. Gets it, has time, looking, firing across the middle, catch Nyblack inside the 40. It'll be shy of the first down mark, but where you may consider maybe a field goal try for Reichard here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. A 17-yard pickup. And let's see.
I mean, it was right on the edge of where I think his long is. Georgia trying to preserve some time here as well. You think about what do you gain by not going for it. Obviously, he makes it. You pick up the 3 points. You punt it away, though, and it goes in the end zone. You pick up 15 yards, 12 yards.
But, boy, you could shift momentum as well. And with 1:25, they only need to get a certain amount of yardage in order to get in field goal range themselves. Although their last kick from 49 hit the right upright. It did have enough distance, but it was not the booming kick that we have seen from Georgia place kickers in years past. But a lot of chess being played.
We're acting like we're getting warmed up for the field goal. It'll be, what, a 55-yarder?
Yeah. Will's walking on that sideline across the way. Meanwhile, Nealon Hibbett is snapping the ball to James Burnham. Just practicing those snaps, and Will makes his way over to the net where he will swing his right leg into it one more time, presumably for a final warm-up before he comes out and tries what would be a kick around 55 yards.
You know, we really hadn't broken down the previous play. You go vertical, and then you get Nyblack on an in route. So he's lined up, he's up against either a linebacker or a safety, and he uses that big frame that he has to shield the defender from the ball and pick up a great pickup there on 3rd and long.
52, I believe, is the career long for Reichard. 51 this year against Texas is his season long.
I've seen him hit a 55-yarder in a scrimmage, but
yeah,
all these people weren't there.
And plenty of, leg strength, no issue. And especially in a controlled environment, it gives you a better opportunity to knock that through, but that doesn't make it easy.
And it doesn't mean they're going to kick it.
Exactly. And doesn't look like they're going to right now either. The offense is making its way out onto the field on what will be 4th and about 4. And do you try to just draw Georgia offside?
First you can and try to see what they're going to do. You still have a timeout in your pocket, but also remember, both these defenses love to bring pressure in these type of situations and run man coverage. Crossers are killers in these type of scenarios.
2 wide outs each side for Alabama. Single setback, Roydell Williams to the left at the moment of Jalen Milroe on 4th and 4. Nyblack goes in motion to the right side of the formation. Milroe still looking to the Alabama sideline, waiting on instructions. Play clock down to 10 seconds. It's down to 7. I don't think Bama's going to snap it. I think they are going to call a timeout. And that is what Nick Saban will do. Again, 1:25 remains on the game clock. It's 4th and 4. And Alabama with a 10-7 lead here in the second quarter. The NCAA's all-time leading scorer in Will Reichard, now with 534 career points. His field goal earlier in this ball game made him the game's all-time leading scorer as far as the NCAA is concerned, with career points 531, 32, and 533 on what was a 43-yard field goal in the opening quarter of action. But now Georgia trying to stop Alabama, get the ball back, and Tyler White's put themselves in position where at a minimum they could get a field goal to tie this game at halftime.
Yeah, go back to that sack that Jalen Milroe took. That was costly, and the high throw that he had on the previous play.
Not his best start. 4 of 10, but 73 yards and 1 touchdown pass. And his team is leading at the moment. Jam Miller, the lone setback to the left of Milroe. 2 wideouts left in Prentice and Burton. The 2 to the right are Nyblack and Bynes.
They're going to bring pressure.
They send Prentice to the right side of the formation. Snap comes to Milroe. Looking, firing right side. Pass is going to be caught by Bond at the 15-yard line.
Boy.
What a catch for a first down.
You're talking about adjustment by Isaiah Bond going back to that ball. Jalen Milroe has the one-on-one coverage on the corner route. He's forced a little bit to his right and has to throw it off balance. Underthrows it, and Bonds reacts to it and gets it for the first down.
1st and 10 Bama, handoff to Miller. He gets leveled, no gain. He'll stay at the 15 as the clock ticks with 1:07 remaining in this first half. Bama with 1 timeout left, Georgia with 1. 2nd down and 10 upcoming. 2 wide outs each side. Miller again to the right side of Milroe. Jalen looking, plenty of time, firing left side. It is juggled. It is caught. Touchdown! Jermaine Burton, and Alabama adds to its lead with 48 seconds to go in the half. 15 yards on the connection to Jermaine Burton, and Alabama leads it 16-7 with the extra point pending.
All the action is going to the right side. Kobe Prentice clears out the safeties. You have 1-on-1 with Jermaine Burton in the backfield against Dylan Everett. He works the back end line. It's a man beater all the way. He just beats his guys, and it has strong hands, bobbles it, but is able to secure it for the touchdown.
Reichard boots it through, and Bama leads Georgia by 10 with 48 seconds remaining in the first half. The 3rd down pass by Milroe to Isaiah Bond, followed by the strike to Jermaine Burton. And we just said he hadn't been at his best, but Man, was Jalen Milroe good on the last two throws.
That ball was thrown on time, unlike some of the other ones, and it was thrown accurately where Burton could get it as he was coming out of his break. And similar to last week, the defender's back was to Milroe. He didn't know when the ball was released, so he turns around. It's on him. He can't react to it. That's a huge score right there, all set up by the fourth down conversion with Isaiah Bond. Now, if anybody's ever watched college football in the last couple of days, you know it is not unconceptual that an offense can't drive the length of the field in 48 seconds. They are too explosive. You have to remain extremely aggressive on the defensive side.
Maybe get a pick before halftime, as we saw happen for Alabama, and I believe College Station. The kick sails into the end zone by Reichard. Another touchback as he makes sure the Dogs have no chance to make a big play in special teams here late in the first half. Again, it was 7-0 Georgia after the first drive of the game for the Dogs. Bama went 3 and out on its first 2 possessions, but they've looked so different offensively since that time. Here come the Dogs. Dejon Edwards, the single setback to the left of Carson Beck. 2 wideouts left, 2 right. Looking, firing to a man out of the backfield. Edwards slips 1 tackle, fights forward to about the 32. It'll be a gain of about 6, maybe 7 on the play. Clock running with 35 seconds to go in the half. Look for Brock Bowers to be a target as they will step up in the pocket again. Running as Beck goes down voluntarily before it was done to him involuntarily by Malachi Moore. A gain of a half yard. It'll be 3rd and a couple here. And boy, Ladd McConkey just hobbled to the Georgia sideline. Good pick up there by Butch Owens, spotting it for us. Clock running, 3 seconds, 2, 1. Georgia ain't going to snap it again. They say enough's enough for the first 30 minutes. And how about them Crimson Tide? I know the grammar was poor, but you know what I meant. Alabama heading to the locker room, enjoying a 17-7 lead to Roger Hoover with a head coach.
Coach, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, we didn't start out very good on offense or defense, but as we settled down, we started to play better, but we're going to have to keep playing. This is a good team. They get the ball in the second half. They've been in games like this. They know how to win, so we got to show we know how to win.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Roger. Thank you to Golden Flake. They bring us Nick Saban at the half. Golden Flake's the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. 17-7. Alabama on top, but we're only halfway home here in Atlanta. The SEC Championship on the line on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here to enjoy another great football season with y'all. And guess what? The salmon are running, so make sure you try our delicious lemon garlic salmon. And for you land lovers, try our sizzling char grill flat iron Callaway steak, complemented with our special shrimp etouffee. And you'll definitely want to tackle our Alabama hot chicken, smothered in our zesty and tangy, immune-boosting special Alabama hot sauce. Baumhauer's legendary fun and legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands. We all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF. We create chemistry. And by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Halftime in Atlanta. It's the Alabama Crimson Tide against the Georgia Bulldogs, and a solid first half for the Crimson Tide as Alabama in front at the break. Welcome, everyone, to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I am Roger Hoover. The game's stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team and your cadence. Again, the Crimson Tide in front 17-7 against Georgia at halftime. And taking a look at the first 30 minutes play, it was Georgia outscoring Alabama 7-3 in the first quarter, but we saw the Crimson Tide after that outscore the Bulldogs 14-0 in the second quarter of play. So solid work by the Crimson Tide to go in front. Jalen Milroe, 6 of 12 so far in this ball game, passing for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns in this game. 1 touchdown to Jermaine Burton, 1 as well to Jam Miller. For Georgia, Carson Beck, 9 of 12, passing for 91 yards, no touchdowns. The leading rusher with the rushing touchdown today for the Bulldogs has been Kendall Milton. He has 6 carries for 26 yards, 1 touchdown. Brock Bowers leading the way receiving for Georgia with 2 catches for 20 yards, no touchdown in this game. Those were the game stats and facts brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team and your cadence. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs, your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations all across the Birmingham metro area to handle everything from over-the-counter solutions, from prescriptions to over-the-counter solutions. Transferring prescriptions to Payless is easy. Give us a call. We'll handle the rest, even offering delivery at select locations. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. Well, for the Crimson Tide, just keep up the pressure. We've seen a very physical Crimson Tide football team in the first 30 minutes. Got to keep it going into the second half, plus take care of the football. That is the prescription for success. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there is only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Once again, at halftime, it's Alabama in front 17-7 against Georgia. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago.
I require a plant-based diet.
To making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross.
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Now through Sunday, Target Circle members get 10% off Target gift cards. Choose your favorite Target gift card so everyone on your list can get their favorite gifts. Don't wait. Get this big deal today. Save 10% on Target gift cards this weekend only in stores and online. Not a Target Circle member? No problem. Join for free on the Target app or at target.com/circle. 10% off Target gift cards in Sunday. Get your gift cards now, only at Target.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheSkin.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. And roll tide. I'm Brian Houseworth, along with my producer this afternoon, the great Jerry Kelly. And our scores from the SEC and around the nation are brought to you this hour by Alabama Power. They are power for a better Alabama. I want to thank them. They've been with me since day one, sponsoring my scoreboard updates, and I really appreciate the great folks at Alabama Power. Give me all a roll tide out there as you're in your car right now. RTR, number 8 Alabama leading number 1 Georgia, 17-7. We've got a long second half coming up, so just enjoy it. Let's hope Alabama can hang on and keep scoring. 17-7. In our scoreboard, we're going to have our halftime highlights presented this hour by Coca-Cola Zero. Zero sugar, refreshingly delicious. Is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Again, number 8 Alabama leading number 1 Georgia, 17-7. Kind of workmanlike getting it going. Jalen Milroe, 6 of 12 through the air. He has 110 yards, 2 touchdowns. The first one to Miller.
Snap to Milroe. Jalen look, he's got Miller wide open. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Alabama takes the lead with 12:04 to go in the first half. 9-7. Alabama on top after the 20-yard throw, catch, and run. Jalen Milroe to jam Miller, and Bama is on top.
Chris Stewart there on the call on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Alabama had a huge 4th down conversion. Incredible throw from Jalen Milroe, but the routes from the wide receivers have been incredible. Just an incredible catch to get him inside about the 25-yard line, and then Alabama goes to work.
2nd down and 10 upcoming. 2 wide outs each side. Miller again to the right side of Milroe. Jalen looking, plenty of time, firing left side. It is juggled. It is caught. Touchdown, Jermaine Burton, and Alabama adds to its lead with 48 seconds to go in the half.
Chris Stewart with the call, the PAT from Will Reichard, outstanding, and Alabama again leads it by a score of 17-7 right now at the half. I call him the GOAT. You all need to call him the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Nick Saban's tied right now, 11-1, 8-0 in the SEC, 10 straight wins. They've won 18 national titles, 29 SEC titles. They hope to make it 30 today. Folks, we've got some amazing football games that have been happening throughout the day. Let's start the Mountain West Conference Championship game right now as we speak. Boise State pounding UNLV, and this is really, in some ways, a surprise. Boise, in many ways, backs into the Mountain West Conference Championship game, firing their coach just a couple of weeks ago, but they're pounding Barry Odom and UNLV right now by a score of 41-20. Green on the day, 226 yards. That's through 3 quarters. He has 2 touchdowns. Boise trying to win a championship game there. Number 18, Oklahoma State. Number 7, Texas. Big 12 championship game earlier today. AT&T Stadium in Arlington. This game just dominated by the Texas Longhorns. Quinn Ewers, we saw him against Alabama. He's the only quarterback all year to beat Alabama. That kind of tells you how good he is. He looked really good today. 35 of 46, 452 yards for Texas, and a couple of touchdowns.
On the left hash mark, 3rd down and 4, handoff. Baxter flips it back. Ewers throws downfield, wide open. J.T. Sanders caught. Touchdown, Texas. How about a little trickeration for you? That one goes for a 24-yard score.
Craig Way there on the call from Learfield and the Longhorn Radio Network. And Steve Sarkisian's Longhorns improved to 12-1. They are 9-1 in the Big 12. That was their fourth Big 12 title in history. They came into the league, you may recall, in 1996, but they hadn't won a Big 12 title game since 2009. They win it under Steve Sarkisian. Impressive win, and they really shut down Ollie Gordon. Tulane at number 22 in SMU are playing right now in the second quarter, about 45 seconds to play. Southern Methodist leads this football game by a score of 14-7. Interesting article in the Houston Chronicle today. They are reporting that Houston has been zeroing in on Tulane's football coach, the coach there, Willie Fritz, who has done a fine job, but they're saying that he is the one they're really kind of zeroing in on. Dana Holgerson, of course, fired, but that came out right around the kickoff time. Not sure if the players saw that on Tulane, but they are down right now by a score of 14-7. Sun Belt Championship game, Troy out of Troy, Alabama. And what a year they have had. They now lead App State by a score of 7-0 at the Vet right now in Veterans Stadium. Vidal with a touchdown. The Trojans are 10-2. They are 7-1 in the Sun Belt. This is the Sun Belt Championship game presented by Hercules Tires. John Summerall's Trojans, by the way, have won 9 straight, 21 of their last 23. Folks, we want to give a great shout out to Big Mike Steakhouse. They have taken care of our broadcast crew all season. A big thank you to Big Scott, Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, Casey, the entire staff. They have great food, warm Southern hospitality. They have restaurants now in Thomasville, as well as Lee County, Guntersville, Orange Beach, Moundville. You are always close to a Big Mike Steakhouse, and they are known for their ribeyes and their baked potatoes. Goodness gracious, do they ever look good. Visit online. It's BigMikeSteakhouse.com, and you tell Big Mike that Brian Houseworth sent you on this SEC Championship Day. We are right now at the half. Number 8 Alabama leading number 1 Georgia by a score of 17-7. Other scores coming up right after this. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Now through Sunday, Target Circle members get 10% off Target gift cards. Choose your favorite Target gift card so everyone on your list can get their favorite gifts. Don't wait. Get this big deal today. Save 10% on Target gift cards this weekend only in stores and online. Not a Target Circle member? No problem. Join for free on the Target app or at target.com/circle. 10% off Target gift cards in Sunday. Get your gift cards now, only at Target.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good afternoon, my friends. One more time here at halftime across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio, and our scoreboard here on the Full Moon Barbecue Report is presented by Alabama Power. They're a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Alabama Power's power for a better Alabama. Second half coming up. Number 8 Alabama leading number 1 Georgia right now by a score of 17-7 in the SEC championship game. Going to get you a quick update right now, folks, in the Sun Belt Championship. Troy, Alabama, they look really good right now, but App State hanging tough. They have gone into halftime right now at the Vet. Everyone calls it Veterans Stadium is the official stadium there, but everyone there calls it the Vet. Troy is up 14-7. Vidal in this game continues to impress. He has 110 yards, 2 touchdowns in the game. John Sumrall and the Trojans have won 9 straight, 21 of their last 23 in Troy, Alabama. They are outstanding, winning right now. Miami of Ohio in Toledo. They call Miami the cradle of coaches. Raise your hand if you remember a guy named Ara Parsegan. I can still remember him in an old commercial. All his Notre Dame players getting into that commercial. Remember that? They were all getting into the back. Well, he played before he coached there at Notre Dame. He was actually the coach at Miami of Ohio. So was Woody Hayes. So was Bo Schembechler. Raise your hand if you remember Sid Gilman. Got a really good coach there who's done a nice job. Coach Martin, they win their 17th MAC championship over Toledo, 23-14. That is a conference record. They're really good. They've won and been bowl eligible 7 of their last 8 years. Pac-12 championship game last night. What a dandy. Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas. Number 5, Oregon. Number 3, Washington. Bo Nix played his heart out. 3 touchdown throws to the air. In the end, not enough to beat Washington. The Dogs win it 34-31 in this ball game. Michael Penix, 27 of 39, 319 yards. He had a touchdown as well.
2 tight ends, motion from right to left. Penix out of the shotgun, takes the snap. He looks, he throws. It's caught by Quentin Moore. Touchdown, Washington. The Huskies take a 9-point lead. Quentin Moore comes up with the first touchdown catch of his Husky career, and Washington has taken a 33-24 lead on the Oregon Ducks with just 2:44 to go.
Tony Castricone there on the call. Washington also had some outstanding running in this ball game. Dylan Johnson, 28 carries, 152 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. Kalen DeBauer's Dogs right now improving to 13-0. Some say they're lucky, folks. They've won 8, maybe 9 games by a touchdown or less, but they have won. It does appear that Washington will be going to the playoff. We'll find out officially all together tomorrow. Big Ten championship game is tonight. Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Number 2, Michigan. Number 16, Iowa. The Wolverines are 12-0. They are 9-0, 11 national titles, 44 Big Ten championships. They are 12-0 for the second straight year. J.J. McCarthy, 24-1 as a starter. But they are going to face an outstanding defense, one of the best defensive coordinators. You'll hear his name a lot on the telecast tonight with Gus Johnson. His name is Phil Parker. The problem with Iowa, they have had a hard time scoring points, but their defense is outstanding. And another game's coming up tonight. It is the ACC championship game, Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. Interesting matchup here. Number 14, Louisville. First-year coach Jeff Brom basically took his whole coaching staff from Purdue. Last year takes him to Louisville. They're playing for a championship against number 4, Florida State, Keon Coleman. Remember that game, an outstanding wide receiver, one of the best receivers in the country, but they're going to be using a second or perhaps third-string quarterback coming up tonight. We want to remind everyone that coming up right after this, we will have your second half kick with our entire crew, Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts, and Roger Hoover. At the half right now, number 8, Alabama, leading number 1, Georgia by a score of 17-7. Your second half kick comes up right after this. Along with Jerry Kelly, I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio at 4:51. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, RTR.
Conecuh sausage is an Alabama tradition and a fan favorite. Made fresh in evergreen Alabama since 1947, Conecuh Sausage is the best tasting hickory smoked sausage you'll ever put in your mouth. Always great for breakfast, Conecuh Sausage is now a tailgate grilling favorite. Pick up some today where you buy groceries. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck. Delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class exclusive Pro Power onboard, Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GPWR.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Marathon, proud to fuel drivers and their co-pilots because we're driven together. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
Getting ready to start the third quarter at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. It's a score of Alabama 17 and Georgia 7. You know, Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Georgia will receive the second half kickoff, but on Alabama's first drive of the second half, we will have the Domino's Drive for Dough. It is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, then Joshua Watkins of Lafayette, Alabama will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Just had a great opportunity to talk to Coach Saban on the field as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, always brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Before we start this third quarter here in Atlanta, why don't we pause 10 seconds for station identification. That is 10 seconds for a station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Crimson Tide 17, the Georgia Bulldogs 7 as we get ready to start this third quarter of action as we're coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Alabama Credit Union, feel good about your money. And once again on the call here in Atlanta, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. Bringing in my broadcast partner, Tyler Watts. And Tyler, it was an amazing first half. Georgia could not have started better, forced Bama into a 3-and-out, and then marched right down the field. No problems getting their first 7 on the board, but since then, it's been all Crimson Tide.
It has. Defense has really stepped up, playing solid along the front. And I tell you, the success we have defensively on first and second down really dictates whether it's a successful drive or it's a drive that's going to result in a punt, because Georgia cannot afford to be in third and long situations. That's when Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell are really going to show their abilities and what they can do on the edge in one-on-one situations. But offensively for Alabama, slow out the gate, like you talked about, but you know, pick up on that last drive, the 4th down conversion to Isaiah Bond, throwing not a great pass, but a pass that was catchable. That's the key to all of it. Throwing something that the receiver can adjust to. Isaiah Bond did just that, just like last week. 2 plays later, Alabama scores a touchdown to go up 17-7.
Amazing to think what Alabama teams under Nick Saban have been able to do against not only everybody, but the best of the everybody's. Coach Saban leads in wins against top 5 teams. That victory over number 4 Cincinnati in the 2021 college football playoff semifinal in the Cotton Bowl was Coach Saban's 29th career win against a team ranked in the top 5 of the AP. That's the most in college football history. His 29-15 record in top 5 contests gives him a .659 winning percentage. That's also college football's best. Following Saban on the all-time list, some pretty familiar names: Bobby Bowden, Barry Switzer, Woody Hayes, Steve Spurrier, and Lou Holtz. Incredible the number of wins against the best that the nation has to offer, but it turns out that more often than not, the best is the team coached by Nick Saban.
He definitely gets his guys prepared, but he has a lot to work with, and his guys really step up in these type of situations. This is an important third quarter for Alabama. Georgia has outscored their opponents 134-16 in the third period of play.
May have heard the sound as the ball was kicked by Will Reichard once again into the end zone and threw it for a touchback. Every kick that he's had in this ball game, every kickoff, has been a touchback thus far. Huge starting drive to this third quarter as Georgia has it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Dylan Bell is the wide out split right. He'll be joined by Marcus Rosemy, Jack Saint. Looking, firing to the man out of the backfield. That's actually his tight end, Brock Bowers. Catch made and a gain of about 4 as the Tide's linebacker, Jihad Campbell, was able to corral him and bring him down around the 28. A gain of 2 on the play.
Yeah, Campbell did a great job of getting off of Green, the left tackle's block, and making the tackle for a short gain.
Bowers goes off the field, and once more, it'll be Bell and Rosemy Jack Saint to the right side, along with McConkey, who we saw him leave in the second quarter hobbling. He is back out on the field for the Dogs. Once more, coming in motion to the left side now is Bell. Single setback. To the left of Beck is Edwards. They'll hand it to him. He'll run to the right side, trying to get to the edge. Almost got tripped up. Instead, kept his feet, got to the corner, got to the first down mark, and then got knocked out of bounds by Malachi Moore at the Georgia 39-yard line. It'll be a first down Bulldogs, a gain of 11 on that play.
Caleb Downs had an opportunity to make a tackle for no gain and just went low and missed Edwards right around the ankles.
So 1st and 10 from the 37, we'll call it now. Single setback again is Edwards. Offset from the line of scrimmage is the tight end dealt. Now he goes in motion to the right side. They pump fake at that direction. Now we'll go back to the right side, trying to set up the screen for Rosemy Jack Saint, and he'll fight his way, and the whistle will blow as he never did go to the turf. But forward progress stopped. Tim Keenan III among those there to make the hit for Alabama. A gain of 2 maybe on the play.
They pump fake the quick hitter to the outside. They were trying to release Delp down the numbers, but Alabama stayed in coverage, and Carson Beck had to just dump it off for a short gain.
2nd down and 8 for the Dogs. Again from their own 39-yard line. Edwards to the left of the quarterback Beck, operating from the pistol. They'll send a man in motion left, but he'll look right. He'll fire a pass that's caught just shy of the boundary, but fighting toward that first down mark, and a yard shy of it will be Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint, the 6'2", 195-pound senior from Pompano Beach, Florida.
And Terry Arnold in coverage. It was good coverage. I mean, he was able to make the tackle as it was caught. Was it the first down, but it'll be a 3rd and 1.
Dogs are 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. Converted their only one of their opening drive, and then just 2 more the rest of the half. Actually, 1 more the rest of the half, and 1 in this half. They'll run to the line of scrimmage. They'll go on a little toss to the right side, and getting tripped up is going to be Dejon Edwards. A loss on the play. Terry and Arnold leading the charge, along with Alabama's Kool-Aid McKinstry, and the Crimson Tide will force Georgia to punt it again.
Boy, Terry Arnold came off of the corner, shot like he was shot out of a cannon. He beat Oscar Delp, the tight end for Georgia, who was trying to get his hands on him and was able to hit Edwards low. And then there was a ton of help from Kool-Aid McKinstry and other guys to clean up the play. Big stop there for Alabama.
Thorson to punt back around his 31. He'll boot it from the 35. It's a missile. Good Lord. Wonder what movie they're showing on that film, on that flight, excuse me, as it carries into the end zone 55 yards, but it looked like a whole lot more as it sailed into the end zone, a touchback, and Bama will have it when we return to Atlanta. 17-7, Alabama leading, 11:37 to go, third quarter SEC championship game right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
Third quarter, 11:37 still to go in this third stanza. It's Alabama 17 and Georgia 7. Our radio affiliate of the game is 95.3 FM The Bear in Tuscaloosa. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to 95.3 FM The Bear in Tuscaloosa for carrying Alabama football this season. Tyler Watts, what do we need to see out of this Alabama offense to start the third quarter?
Continuation of being dominant up front. To this point, Alabama has been more physical along the trenches than Georgia has. They need to maintain that. I'm sure Georgia will start bringing more pressure because they got to find a way to stop Alabama's run.
Roydell Williams in the backfield with the Alabama quarterback, Jalen Milroe. The handoff going to the Hueytown native, and he gets a couple on the play. Nazir Stackhouse making the stop, the big defensive lineman for the Bulldogs. Bama hurries up on 2nd and 8. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. Handoff again to Roydell, trying to bounce it to the outside, but not much success. May have gotten to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Tyke Smith, the star, came blitzing through and made the stop on the run play, and here's Jam Miller in replacing Williams on what will be 3rd and 8 for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, Rodell was a little impatient there. He should have stayed with the hole, and it was going to bend back to his right. Instead, he bounced it to his left, right into the pressure of Georgia.
3 wideouts right, 1 left for Alabama. 10:50 and ticking here in the third as Jalen gets the snap. Looking, firing down the right sideline. He's got Nyblack there. The ball's underthrown. Tried to come back for it. Couldn't make the grab. Malachi Starks, the safety there in coverage for Georgia. And the Tide goes 3 and out on their first drive.
There's a miscommunication there because you had 2 guys in the same area, both Jermaine Burton and Nyblack. And I'm not sure if Nyblack was supposed to be quicker getting out there to clear out the area, but Burton was running like a corner route, and they were literally within 2 or 3 yards of each other.
Makai Muse standing back on his 30, waiting on the punt from Alabama's James Burnham. He will roll to his right and kick an end-over-end kick. Fair catch called for at the 30. And Georgia will have it 1st and 10 from right there. Timeout on the field, 10:36 remaining. Third quarter of play in Atlanta. Still 17-7, Bama Lady Georgia here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
10:36 still to go in the third quarter. Alabama 17, Georgia 7. Unfortunately, the Crimson Tide went 3 and out on the Domino's drive for dough, but thanks for playing Joshua Watkins of Lafayette, Alabama. You can enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's drive for dough winner, as we see the Crimson Tide defense back on the field.
Roger, thank you so much. Peter Burns of the SEC Network tweeted out, Alabama as the hunter is a dangerous team. Well, now it's flipped. They're hunted here in the second half. They answered defensively on the first series, turning Georgia away, forcing them to punt. But the Dogs answered defensively as well, making Bama go 3 and out. Georgia with it from their own 30, 1st and 10, early in quarter number 3. The snap to Beck, looking deep. He's got a man down there. He's open, and that one is going to be caught inside the Alabama 20-yard line by Arian Smith, the junior from Bradley, Florida. Open down the left side, working against Alabama's Jalen Key. A gain of 51 on the play.
Well, and that's one of the mismatches that Georgia is looking for here. That's actually, Kool-Aid McKinney. It's just a matter of who do you want to take on there. But that's what Georgia wants to do. Get their wide receivers on our safeties.
So 1st and 10 now inside the Bama 20. They'll spot him at the 19. Beck will walk up to the line of scrimmage, and the officials blow the whistle for something.
Ruling on the field of a completed catch is under video review.
I didn't see anything late, but apparently somebody in the booth did. We're going to look at the replay once again. He was turning in the first angle. There's no way to tell if he's bobbling the football on his way down or not. He did bring it in late, but we can't tell from the first angle. The second angle we're looking at now. See if the ground caused it to come loose. It doesn't appear so on the first 2 looks anyway. There would have to be another angle from the boundary side, and that's what we're getting a look at now on the booth. Tyler, I don't think it ever left his possession, did it?
There was a little bit of movement when he hit the ground, but I don't think he ever lost control of it.
And even if it did, I don't think the ball ever hit the turf. It did. I'll be shocked if that's overturned. Nothing that I've seen on the 3 looks, including the one that was the best angle. Now they've got one that's even closer.
Unless they're going to say the nose of the ball may have hit, but I don't know.
Well, you think the Dogs bark before. See if they wipe this one off. But I will be, again, I'll be stunned if they do. I'll be happy, but I'll be stunned.
After video review, the ruling on the field stands.
I'd say the biggest surprise there is that they didn't use the wording confirmed as opposed to stands. Stands means we didn't see anything that would change it. I thought the replay confirmed it was a catch, but again, what matters most, Georgia has it 1st and 10 at the Alabama 19-yard line. Milton back in as the running back. Carson Beck, the quarterback for the Dogs. They will hurry to the line of scrimmage once they break the huddle. They do sprint there now. They'll operate under center. Beck with the man deep. They'll pitch it to him. He'll try to get to the left edge and cut it back. He gets cut down shy of the 15-yard line, maybe the 16. And Dallas Turner calling for somebody to come in for him. He is grabbing his lower back. Now he's going to run off the field. But man, Dallas Turner leaving the field for even a play defensively is quite a loss for Alabama. And there's another man down in Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Timeout on the field for a player injury.
Kool-Aid went down.
I think his arm might have gotten pinned.
Yeah, he
between
looked like,
two defenders.
He looked like he was in some pain initially, and then thankfully did go down as Georgia was going hurry up. You already had Turner coming off the field.
Okay, so
it's legit. He got hit.
Yeah.
Well, he got leveled.
So what happened? Dallas Turner kind of Kool-Aid stuck his left arm out there to make the tackle, and it kind of got pulled back. And then Dallas Turner was coming across the top of the pile, and Kool-Aid's helmet hit Dallas Turner right in the back. So it was self-inflicted injuries on both occasions.
Friendly fire there for Alabama, resulting in 2 of the top defenders, not just on the team, but in all of college football, down at the moment. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got the game to call.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
2nd and 7, Georgia at the Alabama 16-yard line after the Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. We'll give you more updates in just a moment on that. With 2 men in the backfield, quarterback for Georgia firing. Down the left side has a man, ball broken up beautifully. How about that? Trey Amos tested by fire immediately in coverage on Brock Bowers. He just came in the game to replace Kool-Aid, and he makes perhaps the defensive play of the game.
Yeah, was able to get his head around as the ball was getting to Bowers there in the end zone and stuck his right arm out and deflected it away.
We're talking about it during the break. They were going to go right at him, and probably with 19 they did, but Trey was there to answer the call. Now it's 3rd and 6, Georgia from the Bama 16. Beck from the pistol with Edwards to his right. 2 wideouts left, 2 right. They look left again. Now they'll look right. Now the quarterback's going to run. He fires across his body. It's almost picked off. Oh, they try to go to Bowers, and almost coming up with a pick was Alabama's Christian Story, the Lynette native. Almost got the interception as Bama's defense on Carson Beck forced him to throw back across his body.
Boy, I tell you, Georgia's having an awful difficult time throwing out of the pocket, and for the 3rd opportunity, 3rd chance tonight, Alabama's had hands on ball in the second secondary and not come away with any interceptions. That was huge right there.
So now a field goal of 39 yards upcoming from Peyton Woodring. He's already missed off the upright from 49. 10 yards closer, snap, spot, and kick. This one's up. This one is through, and the Dogs have pulled to within a touchdown. A win for Alabama somewhat, but as Tyler pointed out, it could have been a big victory for the defense. Still, it's 17-10. Bama leading it with 8:51 to play in the third. We're in Atlanta trying to decide the SEC championship on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le di a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
8:51 left to go in this third quarter. It's now Alabama 17 and Georgia 10. We just had an injury timeout brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Crimson Tide football team. Kool-Aid McKinstry went into the injury tent. We hope to get some word from the sideline shortly on his condition as Alabama's defense got the stop it needed, Tyler, to get off the field, force a field goal. That's important.
Yeah, that was huge to not allow Georgia into the end zone. Of course, another missed opportunity. Christian Story getting his hands on the ball around the 10 yards as he undercut a pass to Brock Bowers, unable to come up with the interception, but still a win for the defensive unit. Now the offense has to answer.
Kickoff upcoming from Jared Zirkle, and that one sails into the end zone, and the Tide will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. You got a player down initially for Alabama, but now on his feet, making his way back to the sidelines, trying to get a number for you on that one for the Crimson Tide. I believe it was Sean Murphy on kickoff return for Alabama, but he appears to be fine as the Crimson Tide will have Jam Miller in the backfield to the left of quarterback Jalen Milroe. 1st and 10 Alabama from their own 25. 2 outs right. Make it 3 now. Is coming in motion to that side is Bond. Go look to the man out of the backfield, and the pass is incomplete. There was pressure coming from the edge. It looked like Marvin Jones Jr. was coming from the left side and right into the face of Jalen Milroe. He unloaded it a tad too quick and didn't get it to Miller. And so it'll be 2nd and 10 Bama with, again, 8:48 remaining in the third quarter, and the Tide clinging to a 17-10 lead. Burton goes left. He's got Kobe Prentice and Bond to the right. Now Bond will stay on that side as play action is made to Miller. Now forced out of the pocket is Milroe. Stumbles, keeps his feet, trying to fight for positive yardage, and may have missed a man downfield, according to the reaction from Tyler Watts.
I was a little upset with Milroe stepping out of bounds as quickly as he did. I thought he could have tight-roped it down the end of the sideline for a few more yards and set up a more manageable third down. I think he could have gotten another 3 or 4 yards, which would have made it 3rd and 5. Middle of the field has been open, though, for Alabama on these third down scenarios.
Boy, they're showing 3rd and a couple, though, down there. So 3rd and 2 is where they've got the... Check that. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm going the wrong direction. My bad. 3rd and 8 for Alabama. Snap goes to Milroe. He fires right side. It is caught by Burton, and he's got a first down. Now that I know which direction we're going, Alabama able to move the sticks near the 40-yard line. That's a bank first down.
Boy, another one-on-one scenario. They brought a corner blitz. That put Burton one-on-one with the safety, and Jalen Milroe recognized it, delivered the ball high and outside. Burton was able to get his feet down for a big, crucial first down.
Second quarter lasted so long, I thought we were headed that direction still. Nope, Chris, they flip after quarters, and Bama is going the right way with another first down operating from their own 40-yard line. A man split wide left. I believe that's Bond. They'll toss it to Miller trying to go left. He's got a couple of blockers, and he'll work his way to the 45. Actually, they spot him back shy of that, but it's still a nice first down pickup.
Yeah, close to 5 yards in on first down. Able to get to the perimeter. This is kind of how we came out of the game plan to start the first and second quarters. Attacking the edges for Georgia, having a lot of success doing that. Once you're able to establish the perimeter, you then can gut them back up the middle.
Second down and 6 upcoming. Roydale Williams in the backfield with Milroe. In motion left, Bond, the toss to the other man coming the other way, and that is Kendrick Law, and he's going to be corralled and brought down right at the 45-yard line, and a horse collar penalty is going to be called. That's a massive break there for the Crimson Tide.
I don't know if this is reviewable or not, but this is going to be one of those calls in the game. I don't think that his hands were inside the collar.
I don't think so either. And Kirby Smart is asking for the officials to talk this one over. They may pick up the flag.
Personal foul. Horse collar tackle. Defense number 18. 15-yard penalty.
And I guarantee you that's one of those where the head referee calls it because of his angle, and he's asking, did anyone see anything other than what I saw? And apparently the answer was no. We couldn't overturn it.
Here's the deal. I think it was his left hand that did catch the front collar of the shoulder pads, and then the right hand came over, and look, by definition, I think they got it right. I'm not saying I agree with it in the game when you're trying to make tackles, but I think by rule they did get it right, and fortunate for Alabama there. Handoff goes to Roydale Williams, trying to cut right side, gets across the 35-yard line of Georgia, and Alabama with now a 2nd and 3 upcoming. Bulldog fans don't like that call that gave Alabama a first down, but the Tide taking advantage and trying to keep the momentum going.
Now I got to be productive here on second down. Stay ahead of the chain, set up a 3rd and manageable, or go ahead and pick it up right here.
If you don't mind, I'd love it if we just scored right here. Yeah. Really ticked them off. 2nd and 4 from the Bulldog 33-yard line. Milroe with 2 men in the backfield. Law to his right, and Williams to his left. Looking, firing towards the end zone. He's got Burton there, and it's going to be incomplete. He was in a tug-of-war with the Georgia defender, but that's going to be an incomplete pass.
And if you want to go with that, I don't like it necessarily on 2nd and medium. I'd like to see something where we're just moving the ball down the field, but the ball is still a little bit late being thrown. It's got to be thrown about 5 yards sooner so that Burton can make a play in the goal in the end zone. Instead, that ball carries him out of bounds.
Dalen Everett was the man in coverage. It is 3rd and 4 Bama. They've got to get to the Bulldog 29 to move the chains. Jam Miller in the game to the right of Milroe with 3 wideouts, bunch left. Milroe looking, pressure coming. He is going to be wrapped up and sacked back around the 45-yard line. Sack made there by Georgia's Jalen Walker. And a whistle. Milroe didn't think he was down.
Rolling on the field was the quarterback was ruled down. 4th down.
You know what? once they call him down, he's down. But he wasn't, because he wound up on top of the defender, and his leg and his arm never touched. He kept his hand up.
And his bottom might have hit a little bit. Let's go back to play, though. Pressure came off of the edge. Caden Proctor went down low and did not kick out quick enough to be able to pick up the edge pressure. That's what allowed the sack. We had enough numbers to protect Milroe, but just not a good job up front by the offensive line of protection.
What was the song? Baby got back. He had just a tad too much right there. If he didn't, he may have still been off the ground. Instead, both sides are unhappy, Georgia and Alabama fans, with calls on that drive, but nonetheless, Bama will punt it away. Here's the thing. Tide didn't get to keep possession or get points, but hopefully they're going to flip field position right here. They're going to punt it from the Bulldog 45-yard line. Deep is Makai Muse. Burnham trying to punt it end under end. It is a beautiful high punt. Fair catch called for him, made right at the 5-yard line. So in a game of field position, Bama gets the win right there. It's not points, but it's not the worst that could happen for the Crimson Tide. And Georgia will have to start really inside their own 5-yard line, 1st and 10. They can move it out to the 6. Wow, they did for some reason.
Chris did get word from the Alabama sideline. Kool-Aid McKinstry is out for the day. Didn't get a specific injury, but that is the word from the sideline. He is out for the day.
Bad news, but appreciate the update, Roger. That means even more will be put on Trey Amos, who's already made one play, the senior for the Crimson Tide out of New Iberia, Louisiana. Play action, no, handoff goes only to the 5-yard line. In fact, that means a loss of a half yard. Caleb Downs making the hit on Kendall Milton, the ball carrier for Georgia. Not able to get back to the line of scrimmage, so 2nd and 11. Back at the 4, it's 17-10 Bama. 3:57 in moving time left, 3rd quarter. A 2nd down and 11 for the Bulldogs, operating from right at their own 5-yard line. 2 wide outs to each side of the formation. Bowers was in the backfield. Now he goes left. They're going to throw a pass to McConkey as they had Bowers running interference, and McConkey will get 7 on the play. Up to their own 12, maybe 13-yard line. Deontay Lawson able to make the stop. But it'll be 3rd and about 3 upcoming for Georgia right here. Good to see Alabama's linebacker, Dallas Turner, back out on the field. He hit left with some sort of back ailment on that previous drive. Huge 3rd down play here late in the 3rd quarter. Bama up 7, Bulldogs with it at their own 13-yard line. Beck waiting on the snap, gets it from an empty set, fires on a slant, ball is caught. Wow. With great coverage from Terry and Arnold, and even better grab by Dylan Bell.
Yeah. Arnold went right over the top of him on the quick slant. Actually, even tugged on him a little bit prior to the snap, and somehow or another, Bell was able to come down with the catch. Really the first time Dylan Bell has been targeted. They moved.
That may have been, couldn't tell if it was 86 or 88 Pierce Sperlin, but there is a procedure on the next play.
Full start. Offense, number 19. 5-yard penalty. Remains 1st down.
And got verification. It was Dylan Bell on the catch. 8-6 making that grab as procedure is flagged on Georgia. That is their 3rd penalty. Check that 5th penalty, 55 yards now. A 1st and 15 now for Georgia from their own 17-yard line. Under 2.5 now remaining in the 3rd quarter. Bama up 17-10 here in Atlanta at the SEC Championship. Misdirection, balls on the deck, scrambling for it, a fight underneath the pile. Bama came out with it. Trisman Marshall recovers the fumble inside the Georgia 10, and Bama is knocking on the door. Huge takeaway, or perhaps giveaway in this ball game, and Bama sets up shop inside the Bulldog 10. First turnover by Georgia, and it is huge.
And it was Dylan Bell who was unable to handle the toss pitch from Beck. And Trez Marshall, a guy who has been in and out of the lineup all year long, is able to beat the offensive lineman to the punch and jump on that ball.
They spot it back at the 11. First and 10, Bama there. They can get a first down without a touchdown. Everybody bunched in tight. 3 tight ends, Nyblack, Oots, and Dupree. Handoff to Miller, spinning at the line of scrimmage, fighting forward, and gets to the 9, a gain of 2.5 right there.
Boy, this is when you really want to impose your will, though, up front. Whether it be on the edge or up the middle, it really doesn't matter. Alabama continues to go with the toss sweep to the outside. Here they elect to try to go up in the middle. Not enough movement. Pick up 2 yards. Can't walk away with a field goal on this possession. You have to get 7.
Empty backfield. Milroe waiting on the shotgun snap from his center, Seth McLaughlin. Now Miller will come in the backfield with him, and they'll bunch in the men from the right side of the formation with him. Keeping it himself. Milroe trying to get to the edge, looking for a block, doesn't get it. He's knocked out of bounds on a nice defensive play by Dalen Everett. Once again, the corner for the Georgia Bulldogs, and it will be 3rd down and 9 upcoming.
Robbie Oots as well as Seth McLaughlin are outside, and I tell you, Jalen Milroe wanted to cut it up the middle, but he had a pressure on his backside that didn't get picked up. If he doesn't have that, he is able to plant his foot and turn it north and south. Instead, he's trying to run away from the defender and is forced to go to the edge.
Nearing the 1-minute mark left in the 3rd quarter. Bama trying to go up 2 touchdowns right here. 3 wideouts left to the far side of the field. Milroe gets the snap with time, looking, firing, end zone, dropped by Burt. It was in his hands, and then, to be fair, it looked like it was knocked away by Georgia's Javon Bullard.
But I tell you, Jalen Milroe did a really nice job getting rid of that ball. He had pressure coming in his face. He delivered it before Burton came out of his break. Burton did have to wait on it just a hair, but he's got to come down with that catch.
It was one that similar to the catch he made earlier for a score, but he may have been wrapped up a little more right there. He had a defender draped on him who made the nice stop. Now, in what would be a 28-yard field goal from the near hash. Reichard trying to give Bama the 10-point lead. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up. The kick is good. And the Tide leads it now 20-10 with 48 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. Bama doesn't get 7, but they've made it a 2-score game late here in quarter number 3. And Tyler Watts, not all that we wanted, but we will absolutely take 3 on a takeaway anytime.
Yeah, we talked about possessions ending in points, and that is extremely important. Defense is playing awfully well. Yeah, you got to think that Georgia's going to open it up a little more and really start trying to push the ball through the air. So number of possessions definitely starting to come in play as you near the 4th quarter. But you're always weary of the explosive plays, which is why you never want to get a turnover and have to walk away with only 3.
So Carson Beck starting to loosen up again on the Georgia sideline. A spot that the Bulldogs have not found themselves this year. Down double digits late in the ball game, and we wondered if this could be a factor, Tyler, because as dominant as Georgia has been, if Bama could make it a fight, would things get tight for the Silver Britches?
Well, this Georgia team has had poise all year long, but it's because they've been typically playing ahead, especially by the end of the 3rd quarter, and then they just go to their ground and pound style of offense. They're not going to be able to do that against Alabama here this evening, but more importantly, the Alabama offense has got to get moving. They got to start connecting on some of these pass opportunities that they're getting. Georgia doing a lot of man coverage. We're not beating them in the man routes. Jalen Milroe's got to do a better job than what he has to this point of stepping into his throw and delivering strikes.
Reichard to kick off once again. Once more, he boots this one through the end zone. Mercy, not giving Georgia any opportunity to return one. And they'll have to come out once again from their own 25-yard line. Kendall Milton will join Carson Beck in the backfield. Again, 48 seconds remain here in quarter number 3. Bama trying to make sure that fourth starts with no worse than a 20-10 advantage. Bulldogs will put 3 men right side of the formation. Split wide, they'll bring Bowers in motion to the left. Stepping up to talk to his lineman will be Beck. He'll step back and look to Milton, his running back. He'll get the snap. He'll look. He'll swing it out. Right side, Milton is going to be knocked out of bounds on a nice play by Malachi Moore. He was the only guy there, Tyler. If he doesn't bump him to the boundary instead of a gain of 4, that one may have gone for 15 or more.
And Carson Beck continues to have to hit his check downs. The coverage downfield has been really good, especially in the straight dropbacks by this Georgia offense. 2nd and 6 Bulldogs with the clock moving under 25 seconds now. Left here in the third quarter. 3 men wide left. They'll bring one over in Levette to join Bell on that side. Once more Beck working with Milton to his left. Gets the snap. Looking downfield. Firing. Catch is made. That's going to be a first down by Levette. And he is going to be brought down on what's going to be the final play of quarter number 3. Get those 4s up. Alabama holding a 20-10 lead over the Georgia Bulldogs heading to the fourth quarter. We got 15 minutes left to decide an SEC champion and maybe, just maybe, one of the 4 that'll play for it all. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the college football superfan who painted their back window in school colors and their side windows and the mirrors and most of the windshield. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise in the Allstate app.
Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It is 5:39. Brian Houseworth is my name, live in studio here at Learfield, brought to you by Alabama Power. Right now, American Athletic Championship game. SMU leading number 22, Tulane 17-14. They're in the third quarter at the Vet. Troy leading App State 21-17 in the fourth. App State with a football. Boise, your Mountain West Conference champions. They beat UNLV 44-20. Let's send you back right now to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Just like the Tide on the field, the Knox Pest Control experts respond to you with speed. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests with Knox Pest Control. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. Both sides with 3 points in the third quarter. It's Alabama in front by a 20-10 score against Georgia. The fourth quarter of the SEC Championship game is sponsored by Marathon. Marathon is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together. Coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. And Chris, I've got a note from a good friend, Jeff Muir, who says no team has trailed by more than 7 points entering the fourth quarter and won an SEC championship game. Alabama's defense with some work to do here.
Can we go ahead and get a contract written that will keep that intact? Because we know there's a lot more work to be done. Georgia has only failed to score 30 or more in 2 ball games this year. The 24-14 win over South Carolina in week 3 and the 27-20 win at Auburn on September 30th. But since the calendar moved to October, they have been able to score 30 or more in every contest. Right now, they've got just 10. Alabama with the lead, but Georgia with the ball with 15 minutes to play in the SEC championship game in Atlanta. They move from left to right in front of us. Beck will step up in the pocket. He tried to run, but he got corralled. Justin Aboigbe able to wrap him up, brings him down at the 35-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 13 upcoming for the Dogs.
Boy, Carson Beck just absolutely stepped right into the arms of Justin Aboigbe. Had he cut back to the right, probably would have had positive yardage. But I tell you, Chris, all of this stems from the fact Alabama is able to commit more to the line of scrimmage because of how well the secondary is playing against these Georgia receivers. 2nd sack of the day recorded by Alabama. Those sacks brought to you by Guthrie's delicious chicken fingers. Play action. Looking back, fires across the middle. It's knocked away. Terrion Arnold, he tried to connect with McConkey, but the Bama defender timed it perfectly and sets up a 3rd and long for the Bulldogs. Well, nice coverage once again by Arnold right in the hip pocket and is able to reach in. A little bit of contact before the ball got there. McConkey definitely not 100% right now. There was more contact on the play in the end zone where the Tide's Jermaine Burton had the ball separated from him. So I'm glad they let that one go if they're going to let the first one go that I referenced. 3rd down and 13 for the Dogs. They've got to get to the 48. Looking, firing left side. It's almost picked off. It was in the hands of Trey Amos. He couldn't bring it in, but what a play. Just getting his head around and able to knock it away. Tyler Watts forcing the Bulldogs to punt. Man, one of the keys to the game in tonight's contest was forcing punts, not allowing the chains to continue to move on 3rd downs, getting off the field. Trey Amos undercuts this, and for the 4th time tonight, the Alabama secondary gets their hands on the ball, but is unable to come up with the interception. Somebody get some stick 'em over there, please. Apparently Stetson Bennett throws a more catchable ball, as Alabama was able to pick him a couple of times, not able to do so against this guy. Talking about the SEC title game 2 years ago. Rolling to his right after getting the snap and punting it away is Thorson. Deep is Downs, fair catching it at the 20-yard line, and Alabama, with 14:06 remaining, has the ball and the lead in the SEC championship game. Timeout on the field. We're back to Atlanta after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app, online, or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
Alabama football lives here. Touchdown, Alabama! This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer last year and had chemo and radiation at DCH's Lewis and Faye Madison Cancer Center. I'm thankful for the support of my nurse Kate, my breast navigator Katrina, my doctors, and the whole staff. I have felt confident like I was the most important person there, before, during, and after. Tuscaloosa is blessed to have such an excellent team at the Madison Cancer Center.
Great things are happening at DCH.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Region celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Alabama 20, Georgia 10 with 14:06 still to go. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATEX. The official attendance for tonight's game is over capacity crowd of 78,320 fans. ATEX is a proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATEX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. This is the fourth quarter of the SEC Championship game and sponsored by Marathon. Marathon, a proud partner of the Crimson Tide, keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together.
Thank you, Roger Hoover, Chris Stewart, alongside Tyler Watts, Butch Owens, our spotter, Tom Stipe, our producer-engineer, Jerry Kelly running the show back at our CTSN studios. The Facebook Live pictures coming to you thanks to Ethan Carabin. The Vice President, General Manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network is the boss, Jim Carabin. Alabama with it, 1st and 10. Handoff goes to Roydell Williams. He gets 3 yards on first down. Chaz Chambliss, the outside linebacker, getting the stop for Georgia.
And running between the tackles has been a daunting task all night long. Alabama continuing to pick up 2 or 3 yards when running between the tackle, but they got to find a way to get more out of that. Look for them to come with some sort of play action off of it, to hit Kendrick Law out of the backfield or even throwing the ball downfield. They got to find an explosive play here to loosen up this Georgia defense.
Only 67 yards rushing. Alabama with 123 through the air, and yet they lead. Law going wide right. Milroe looking. He had a man to the right, didn't see him, and goes down back inside the 10-yard line. That's a huge loss. 3rd and a bunch upcoming. The safety valve was there, Tyler. And in fact, if he throws it to him early, he runs till his tongue falls out.
Yeah, he's got to step up in the pocket more and just go 1-2. And if it ain't there, run the football. Utilize your legs. Of course, he has nowhere to go with the ball there, but he's not seeing the defense right now. Georgia had man coverage. They vacated the middle with the safety. He had Isaiah Bond on a post route wide open. He's just not seeing it right now.
It's a big play. Just make sure we don't hand it back to him here. Milroe from the pistol. Getting the snap. Pressure coming from the edge. He'll look. He'll dump it off. Catch is made. Dupree able to hurdle one man, but goes down shy of the 25-yard line. That'll bring up 4th and 7. It'll be time to punt it away with Bama still leading at 20-10 with 12:27 remaining in this ball game and the clock running. And I'll be fine if it'll just keep doing that.
Boy, CJ Dupree caught that in stride. Bullard comes from about 15 yards in depth and goes low and hits him around the legs. Dupree tried to hurdle him, and if he's able to get around him, he probably picks up that first down.
Evans and Muse are deep for the Dogs as the kick from Burnham is a high, wobbly kick, and it's going to be caught on the run, and they've got a lot of room to run. 40 and leveled at the 35-yard line by Dupree was Mekhi Muse. He goes down. Check that. I'm sorry. It was 1-7 Evans, not 8-7 Muse. But Evans, the biggest return of the night for either side, and it gives Georgia great starting field position at the Bama 35 and 11:53 to play in the quarter with Bama up 10.
And it caused confusion by putting 2 returners back there. The cover team does not know which one is about to receive it, so it spreads them out and created a lot of lanes to run through.
Didn't help that it was one of the lower kicks tonight as well off the foot of Burnham. So the Dogs trying to attack with 2 wideouts left, 2 more right, including Bowers. They'll hand it off. They'll run left side, and they'll get 5 yards on first down from Kendall Milton. 2nd and 5 upcoming for Georgia. Make it 2nd and 5 as they spot it right at the 30.
And when Georgia's able to pick up 4 or 5 yards on first down, it makes them much more productive. Now the play action is back into play as well.
3 wideouts left. They'll bring Bowers in tight to the left side. They'll hand it off and fighting forward for a yard, but maybe 2 at the most. Will once again be Milton.
Brings up another 3rd and 2, long 2. Alabama's been awfully good on these down and distances, and you're down 2 scores. You got to walk away with points here if you're Georgia. How aggressive are they? They go ahead and try to catch Alabama around the line of scrimmage, or they open it up. They trust the ball in Carson Beck's hands.
They are 4 of 10 on 3rd downs tonight. Alabama's 2 of 11, conversely. Beck getting the snap, play action, looking, firing near side. It is going to be knocked away, and a flag's going to come in. Terry and Arnold's going to get called for pass interference, trying to defend against Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint. But in front of the Georgia sideline at this time of the game, that call is going to go against you.
Pass interference, defense, number 3. Automatic first down.
Look, and there has been a lot of contact. Terry and Arnold playing awfully handsy all night long. Whew. I don't know that he didn't pull his feet out from under him, but he definitely had his hands on him.
I think you take that most of the time, will you? In terms of how you defended?
Yeah, you can't just let him catch it.
So 1st and 10 Georgia at the Alabama 16-yard line. Clock at 10:36 to go here in the 4th. Bama on top, 20-10 over the top-ranked Bulldogs. SEC title on the line. Beck looking, firing, end zone, and it is caught just shy of it. They spot him at the 1-yard line. It's McConkey who made the grab. He was right on the goal line as the ball was coming to him. Now, but Georgia hurries to the line of scrimmage. They'll go quarterback keep, and diving his way into the end zone is Beck to make it a 4-point game with 10:16 remaining.
Well, it all started with the punt return. It was a low kick. 2 defenders back, confused the coverage, set up great field position. Alabama defense forced a 3rd and 2, but the penalty cost them as Georgia scores a touchdown to bring it within a 3-point game. I tell you, Chris, this game is going to be won or lost, though, on the shoulders of the offensive unit. The defense is playing well enough. They've done their job. Offensively, we got to find a way to move the football, give this defense an opportunity to rest, and put 7 points on the board.
Thorson to kick the extra point that would make it a 3-point contest. His kick is up, and it is good. And that's what we've got, a 20-17 game with 10:16 left to play. Bama will receive the kickoff when we come back to Atlanta. The SEC title on the line here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
10:16 to play. It's Alabama 20 and Georgia 17. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. This 4th quarter of the SEC Championship game sponsored by Marathon. Marathon, a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Keep you and your team fueled because we're driven together.
It's the Georgia fan base that's a little more fueled at the moment. Making a lot of noise here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium as their dogs have pulled back to within 3 of Alabama with 10:16 to go. Crimson Tide waiting on the kickoff from Brett Thorson. Check that from Jared Zirkle. And this one will sail into the end zone and through the back of it. Bama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. Jalen Milrose just 9 of 19 for 135 yards, 2 touchdowns, but no picks.
That's good.
Meanwhile, the running game's only got 56 yards. How do you change that on either side?
Had a lot of success running the football in the second quarter. It's got to be through the air. Jalen Milroe has to understand what the defense is doing, recognize where his one-on-one opportunities are, throw the ball on time, and then the receivers have to make a play. If it hits them in the hands, they got to come down with the catch.
Playing without their top running back, Jace McClellan, Bama has muscled its way to a 20-17 lead, but trying to keep it that way. Isaiah Bond goes to the right side of the formation. 3 men are there. Roydell Williams to the left of Milroe, who wants to throw across the middle. Catch made. Bond 45. Bond brought down at the 47-yard line. Moved the sticks on a bank first down for Alabama. 4-17 has been a good formula the last couple of weeks.
And Jalen Milroe typically is a rhythm kind of a quarterback. If he gets a couple of completions under his belt, he's going to get better and better.
22 yards on that pickup, one of the biggest of the day for Alabama. Milroe gets the snap, hands it off right up the middle. Roydell gets it to the 45 of the Bulldogs, and that's going to be close to a 1st down. Tyler Booker running interference. It's going to be 2nd and 1 from right there.
And Georgia brought pressure. They brought a run blitz, and we were able to pick it up and exploit the hole that developed as a result of it.
Robbie Oates, C.J. Dupree in at tight end. Jam Miller checks in to give Williams a breather as Jalen operates from the pistol again. Burton, the wide out right. He's got Bond to his left. Now Burton comes left as well. Milroe looking, plenty of time. He'll dump it off. It's Bond, 40. Bond down to the 35. 1st down, Alabama at the Bulldog 34-yard line. Bank first brings us the 1st down after the 11-yard gain.
Had that down and distance marked at about 2nd and a foot. Plenty of time by the offensive line for Milroe to get rid of the ball.
Run clock, 8:45 and moving. Time left. Bama up 3, 20-17 here in the 4th quarter of the SEC championship game. 2 tight ends right. Burton, the wide out left. Milroe hands it off to Miller, trying to get to the edge. Miller breaks free from one tackle, fights inside the 30. He'll get bumped out of bounds at the 29. Kamari Lassiter, the cornerback, is the man that may have saved the score for Georgia right there.
Robbie Oates very fortunate not to get called for the hold. His defender, he was blocking on the edge, and as the ball bounced to the outside, he held on for just a split second too long, but no flag as a result.
2nd down and 7 for the Crimson Tide. 2 wideouts right in Jalen Hale along with Isaiah Bond, who's in the slot. Burton is the wideout left. Jam Miller, the running back, to the left of Milroe. The play clock's down to 5. It's at 4. Jalen at 3. At 2, gets the snap, hands it off to Miller, goes right side, fights his way forward, bulls his way to the 25. Clock still running at 7:41 and moving. Crimson Tide faced with a 3rd down and a couple right here.
It's a long one here. 1.5 yards, 2 yards. On 3rd down, this is when Jalen Milroe can become involved in the running game.
Snap to Milroe. Looking. Stepping up. Flips it. Caught. Bond. 20. Bond. 15. Out of bounds. Inside the 10. 1st down, Alabama. Move the sticks again.
He wanted to run the ball up the middle, but he had another spy sitting on him. But when that spy came up, it opened up the picture for Isaiah Bond. I tell you right now, Georgia cannot cover Isaiah Bond. He is your go-to guy. Tommy Rees needs to dial up some pass routes intended for number 17.
14 yards on the pickup. Clock moving under 7 minutes to go. Bama up 3 and on the march inside the 15. That's the Chick-fil-A red zone. Looking, Milroe looking, jumps it off, catch is made. Bond, 5, Bond, goal line, Bond, in, touchdown, Alabama. 12 yards. Bond, Isaiah Bond, again, and the Tide adds to its lead with 6:40 remaining. It's now 26-17.
I'm sure they're going to review this. His knee may have come down.
On the field of a touchdown is under video
I think his elbow may have come down prior to crossing the end line. It would definitely be inside the 1 foot line, but it's going to be hard to overturn, isn't it?
Boy, he slung that left arm, which had the football in it, across the goal line about the time his knee went down. If you promise me,
he's going to be short.
If you promise me we'll score anyway, I'll go ahead and run the play again.
We're going to score anyway.
And keep it. Tom Stipes greedy. He said in my ear 5 more minutes. I'll take a good 30 seconds off the clock.
They're going to put the ball at the 1/2 yard line, and it's going to be 1st and goal from the 1/2.
And I think it is the right call if they do mark him short. Right now, it's a 14-yard touchdown run. Or actually, 14-yard pass from Milroe to Bond.
After video review, the runner's right arm was down, a half-yard short of the goal line. It'll be 1st and goal, half-yard short of the goal line.
So, as we heard,
still a heck of a play, though. I tell you right now, Georgia is losing track of where Isaiah Bond is, and these little crossers are absolutely killing him. And it doesn't matter if it's man or zone. They're not taking number 17 into account, and he is the guy that you need to target moving forward if you're forced to throw the ball.
So Alabama will come to the line of scrimmage. It's inside the 1-yard line. It's 1st and goal. Bama's got the ball, leading 20-17. Oots, Dupree, Nyblack, the 3 tight ends are in, along with Jam Miller and Roydale Williams.
Can't have penetration outside of where you're trying to attack this defensive front.
Milroe, the quarterback, to the line of scrimmage. Gets the snap, ducks his head, fights for the goal line. They'll unpile everybody. We'll wait on the call. Run clock. Run clock. It's at 6:20 and ticking. No signal of touchdown yet. And they say it's 2nd down, and I'm fine with it. Promise me we'll score. But I don't mind more time ticking off the clock, and I bet Nick Saban doesn't either. 2nd, and a coat of paint on the football. Tom Stipes calling it the Pachyderm push. We'll see what it is. Milroe hands it off, fighting, getting to the goal line, getting in, I do believe, for a touchdown. Roydale Williams, touchdown Alabama. 5:47 remains, and now it is 26-17 officially.
And of course, they'll take another look at this, but I think the second effort absolutely got across the goal line as he bounced it from the guard over to the tackle position and then lunged forward for the big score. I tell you, that's a huge drive by this Alabama offense. Started off loosening up the defense through the air, and then you get inside the 5 and you're able to run it twice, burn a little bit of clock. 10-point lead once again. Best drive of the night so far for this Alabama offense because of the situation that we were in.
Trying to make it a 10-point lead again with 5:47 remaining. Will Reichard on to try the extra point. Snap from Hibbett, spot from Burnip, kick from the NCAA's all-time leading scorer. They're all perfect. And Bama, with 5:47 remaining, has a 27-17 lead over Georgia. Deep breath, Bama fans. We're heading down the stretch, tied on top by 10 in the SEC title game on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through December 5th, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 do-it signing. No security deposit. With select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco Rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco Rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association is a proud sponsor of the 2023 Crimson Tide. Since 1968, the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry. Manufactured and modular housing provides safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly 500,000 Alabamians. To learn more about AMHA or to find an authorized retailer near you, visit alamha.org.
Still 5:47 to go. It is the Crimson Tide with a 27-17 lead against Georgia. After this ball game is complete, stay tuned after the ball game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. Brought to you by Tri-Grid Equipment, your John Deere dealer from North Alabama and Middle Tennessee. I'm back on the sidelines. This is our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. And Chris, we're going to get a lot of interviews with Crimson Tide players if Alabama can hang on to this 10-point lead with still 5:47 to go and hopefully cover what would be Alabama's 30th SEC championship.
Partner, it's a lot of fun being down there when the confetti falls and your team's the winner. I hope you're about to experience that in about 5:47 of game time as Will Reichard will kick it off. Again, Bama on top 27-17, and again he's kicked it through the back of the end zone. He's been unbelievable in this contest. Hasn't missed a kick, hasn't missed a kickoff opportunity to take any hope away from Georgia, and the Dogs have it with 5:47 to go, and you're maybe one stop away from getting another SEC title.
Let's find out. I tell you what, Georgia doesn't have to stop doing what they want to do. They can still run the football because regardless, even if they score right here, it's going to come down to an onside kick more than likely. However, if Alabama can get them in second and long, third and long, that's where we would love to have them.
Dejon Edwards in the backfield to the right of Carson Beck. He's got three wideouts right now. He's got an empty set with four men to the right side. They'll throw it across the middle, screen to Bowers. He is able to run through one man and get close to the first down marker, but he doesn't get there. It'll be 2.5 yards with 5:34 and ticking. Time left. Georgia's got to go hurry up. That's the majority of what they do anyway, but they're forced to do that now, down a couple of scores. Beck firing right side. He one-hops it to the intended receiver, Marcus Rosemy, Jack St. Terry and Arnold in the coverage. That'll stop the clock with 5:22 to go and 3rd and 1 upcoming for the Dogs, and this is obviously 2-down territory for them.
Love nothing more than to stuff them right here, though, at the line of scrimmage.
They'll hand it off, and they will get close to, but I don't think they got it. Bama said they took the ball away. I don't think they did. But Edwards is stacked up by that Bama front, and it will be 4th and a foot with the clock still moving near the 5-minute mark. Last gasp for the Dogs.
Probably going to attack the edge.
They'll operate from the pistol. Beck will hand it off, and they will get the first down and more up to the 45-yard line, but they had to bleed more precious time off the clock. Dallas Turner made the stop, but not until Edwards was able to get near the Bama secondary. Clock still moving after the first down, of course. Pressure coming, and a sack! It's a sack! Jaheim Otis, and they're going to call him for a horse collar or a face mask. Oh, mercy. He made the play, but he got the face mask in the process.
And he immediately came up looking to see if anyone saw it.
Only everybody. Tough break there.
I tell you, that's going to move the ball all the way down to the 40-yard line going in. It changes things.
4:30 on the clock.
Face mask. Defense. Number 91. 15 yards from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
God, that's 20 yards easily. Difference, and it stopped the clock. They were going to have to run about 30 more seconds off the clock to get that play run. Penalty number 2 for Alabama on the day. Snap to Beck. Looking, fired across the middle. Catch is made. Hit is delivered. A great hit delivered by, or on Mekhi Muse after the hit was delivered by Alabama's defender on that play. That was Key. Jalen Key making the hit, but it's a first down inside the 26. They'll fire across the middle. Catch is made by the big tight end. That is again Bowers making a wide receiver type play as the clock continues to tick. Under 4 minutes remaining. Georgia with all 3 timeouts, the same for Bama. Dogs barking at the Bama 6. They hand it off, and they'll get nothing, but they'll change direction, staying on their feet and fighting to the 1-yard line. What a run by Kendall Milton. He was hit back at the 6, and I thought he was down, but he kept the legs churning. Now Georgia will run to the line of scrimmage. Let's see if they go quarterback keep. They do. They fight to the goal line, and I don't know if they got in. They haven't signaled yet, so the clock continues to run near the 3:18 mark, 3:17, 3:16. He didn't get in.
We are not in a rush to get up off the ground, and now that finally gives us an opportunity, hopefully, to substitute some fresh guys in.
Bama does just that. 3 minutes to go as Georgia gets to the line of scrimmage. It's 3rd and goal. They'll hand it off, and he spins, and he didn't get in. Arnold made the hit, spinning him around. It was Milton trying to get there, and now Georgia has to use a timeout with 2:52 to go. 10-point Bama lead. Georgia.
Well, Terry Arnold came in hard off of the edge, and he went low and got Milton around the legs and knocked him off balance, and then Jahad Campbell came in from that linebacker position and cleaned it up. Heck of an effort, though, by that defensive front. You think about it, they get gassed on these type of drives, and they got very little in the tank, and then all of a sudden you get out the 2-yard line, and you know that Georgia's going to run the football. They're able to dig in deep, though, and not get pushed back.
Georgia needs 2 scores. Down by 10. If this were 4th and 6, maybe they kick it. 4th and inside of a yard, there's no way they do anything other than try to go for it here, do they?
No, you got to go, because this is as close of an opportunity as you're going to get.
I think Kirby Smart is still griping about the previous call, that they should have stopped the play to review it. But now Alabama trying to come up in a program that's had numerous goal line stands in its history, looking for one here in the SEC championship game. Again, Bama leads by 10. But you get the stop here, you're almost assured of being a champion in the SEC. Dogs come to the line of scrimmage. Jumbo package in. The I formation. Back under center. Back gets the snap. Hands it off. They'll fight and they'll get into the end zone easily with Kendall Milton. He had a big and running interference in front of him as the Dogs went with Mekhi Morris, 6'6", 330 as the fullback. And they ran behind him, and he was able to get the Dogs into the end zone to make it 27-23 with 2:52 left to play.
I tell you, Caleb Downs was filling in hard. He would have been the guy to step up into that hole, but he got held up just a little bit as he was trying to climb the blockers.
Snap, spot, and kick are all good. And we've got a 3-point game with 2:52 to go.
Now let's go back just a little bit. Because Georgia had to call the timeout, that changes things. They absolutely, potentially could have kicked it deep, tried to hold Alabama to a 3-and-out, and then forced a punt and got in favorable field position. Now they're almost forced to go for the onside kick.
Timeout on the field. We'll see what they do when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Everyone knows what the big man wants. Yep, bacon. Jack's is bringing a sleigh load of bacon for its southern favorites. There's the big BLT, chicken BLT, and our bacon double cheeseburger. Keep it crispy, y'all. It's a bacon wonderland out there. Only at Jack's for the holiday season. Order online at eatatjacks.com or download the Jack's app for big rewards.
You'll go back to Jack for more.
2:52 left to go in the fourth quarter. It's Alabama 27 and Georgia 24. I'm back on the sidelines, Scripps Control sideline reporter, and a lot of good energy on this Crimson Tide sideline, especially with some of the offensive players encouraging the defensive guys right after they got off the field after Georgia scored that touchdown. Love the leadership we've seen, and guys, this leadership has been growing all throughout the season with Jalen Milroe leading the way, and Tyler Watts, especially as a quarterback. That's special to see.
Yeah, you like to see that, especially late in the game like this, where he has not played particularly well, but when his team needed him to put together a drive, he was able to convert several third down conversions, keep the chains moving, and get a big score to keep Alabama up by 3.
Granted, you're ahead rather than behind, but how much does the experience of last week help this Alabama team in this situation?
Well, you know that you can win. That's the biggest thing, is you have confidence in yourself. Right now, it's a simple deal. Whether Georgia kicks the onside kick or kicks it deep and tries to play the clock and get the ball around midfield, you get a first down, you win this football game.
Bama's anticipating an onside kick. They've got everybody up, including Kendrick Law, who's up around the 15. The kick will be squibbed into the open area. Somebody get there and get it, and they do. Bama able to pick it up with Law making the grab around the 30-yard line, and the Tide will have it 1st and 10. What was that, halfway between a kickoff and an onside?
Yeah, it's a squib because they were anticipating this, so they're just trying to see if they can't maybe pin us back a little bit deeper.
And if you get that extra bounce.
You never know. That's exactly right.
But so Alabama does its job.
Yeah, the scenario's the same. You got the ball at the 25-yard line here. 2 timeouts in Georgia's back pocket. Definitely want them to force them to use them. But at the same time, Jalen Milroe, you got to make a play with your legs right here, buddy. Or Kendrick Law or somebody. 1 first down wins this ball game.
Law is the only man in the backfield right now with Milroe. And 2:51 remaining on the game clock in the SEC Championship. Bama clinging to a 27-24 lead over top-ranked Georgia. Milroe with a man in motion, gets the snap. He wants to run it himself. He does, left side, keeps his feet, 35, 40, foot race, midfield. He's going to stay in bounds and get knocked down, and that will keep the clock moving with 2:40 to go. 30-yard pickup from Jalen Milroe, and the Crimson Tide moves the sticks into Bulldog territory at their 45.
Boy, Jaden Roberts pulled from that right guard position. He got just enough a defender. I don't think Georgia was anticipating that. It's in essence a Wildcat package with your starting quarterback running the Wildcat. Beautiful call there on first down. Now, just get positive yardage here.
He's got a man in the backfield in Roydale Williams, but Milroe with the clock running in no hurry to snap it. Play clock now at 3, at 2, at 1. They do get it off. They hand it off to Roydale. He fights forward. He'll gain 3 on the play, and Georgia will use a timeout right here. It's a 40-second timeout.
And I tell you,
30-second, excuse me.
Right here, Chris, I really like things to the perimeter, only from the standpoint, you don't want to lose yardage, but it takes a little bit more time off of the clock. This is where I would love for Jalen Milroe to fake it up the middle, keep the ball on the outside, earn an extra second or 2 by him running, and you never know. He could potentially break something loose.
They kept changing times on that timeout clock. It turned out to be a 1:20 break that we are 20 seconds into right now. Roger Hoover is our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter right now. We hope you get to cover a post-game celebration, but right now I'm going to imagine there's a lot of tension down on that sideline, partner.
Yeah, there really is. For the most part, the Crimson Tide in the huddle are looking as calm and composed as can be, but then if I turn around and look at the Alabama fans, it's kind of a different story. That's where all the tension is. But these guys have seen prime for this moment. Again, this is what Coach Saban builds as the year goes along. And focusing on the process, not the end results, is really when it gets tested right here.
Tension in the stands. tension in the radio booth as well, as Bama's trying to grind this one out. 2nd and 8 upcoming with 1:57 to go. In Georgia, only one timeout remaining. Alabama leads it 27-24 in the SEC championship game. Georgia, with a win, secured a spot in the college football playoff. Bama with a win, its 30th SEC title in program history, and should get a call into the top 4 as well. Milroe waiting on the snap. He's got Williams to his right. They'll bring Bond in motion. They'll fake the toss. Milroe keeps it himself. He's got yardage inside the 35. He's got a Bama first down. Brought to you by Bank First. Move the chains. Georgia with one timeout left and 1:47 to go after the 11-yard pickup run. Clock run. 1:41. 1:40. 1:39 now left.
Tell you, that ball came loose, but unfortunately bounced right back up into his gut. But the defender did not get loose as he was going across to gain that first down. And with that run, Alabama, and I'm going to shut up.
You go right ahead, partner. 1:20 to go. Handoff goes to Williams. Fighting through, gets stacked up, brought down at the 33, and Kirby Smart uses his final timeout with 1:15 to go.
Final timeout.
Alabama facing a 2nd down and 9, and Georgia has got to look for a miracle right here.
We will do nothing, obviously. I was so hoping you were about to say, and Georgia is leaving the building.
Look, they're looking for the exits, and there's a lot of that bright red that's heading to the house right now. But the Crimson is staying put. The Crimson is hoping to celebrate another SEC title and create quite a mess for the College Football Playoff Committee tomorrow.
And Chris, coming into this game, everyone said Jalen Milroe can be the difference maker with his legs. Georgia heard the same things. Their defensive game plan called for stopping him.
Victory formation. Milroe takes the knee. 1:11 to go. Georgia can't stop the clock. Bama will face a 3rd and 10. We'll have to snap it just one more time. The celebration has begun on the Bama sideline. The celebration has begun in the stands. And it ain't far from happening here in the booth either. Play clock under 10. Game clock at 38. Jalen getting the snap, taking the knee, and the white flag has been waved from the Georgia sideline. And what do you say, folks? Let's get out of here. Bama, a winner over the Georgia Bulldogs, claiming the SEC title for the 30th time in school history. Keep us out. I dare you. Strike up the band.
Man, it means a lot, man. We worked our butts off. Deep down, man. Hey, we came out here to dominate, and that's what we did. We had to finish the 4th quarter, the 60 minutes. Hey, it means a lot.
Why should this team be in the college football playoff?
It's a lot of reasons, but we ain't gonna get into that. We're gonna keep working and keep our hands straight, and we're gonna go dominate.
Roydell Williams, Roll Tide, you're a champion.
Hey, Roll Tide.
Great job, Roger Hoover. We know we got more coming up for you. We'll throw it to you and let you just take it as it happens. But Tyler Watts, an incredible scene as Alabama, a familiar spot, celebrating an SEC title in Atlanta again.
It's amazing. Amazing job by staying poised and being confident throughout the course of this game.
Will Reichard down on the field now with Roger Hoover.
Will Reichard, congratulations. You're an SEC champion. You're the all-time points leader in NCAA football. What does today mean to you?
Oh, it's awesome. Just being able to get this win with my teammates. You know, we fight and fight and fight. We've been fighting all year, and it's just a great win.
What is this team capable of moving forward?
We're capable of anything. We're gonna enjoy this for 24 hours, and we're gonna go back to work.
Will Reichard, congratulations. You're an SEC champion. Roll Tide.
Appreciate it. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, Roger, and Roll Tide, Will Reichard. Unbelievable to see this team go from 1-1 to 2-1 to now Southeastern Conference champions.
And especially as slow as they were out the gate, offensively, defensively, giving up the score on the first possession, but both sides really hunkered down late in that first quarter and dominated this Georgia football team for the remaining 3 quarters. It was not productive offensively in the third period, but when they needed a score, they drove the length of the field and punched it in for the touchdown to go back up to 10 and kind of set the precedent. And what I was getting to, everyone knew you had to stop Jalen Milroe coming in this game, including Georgia. They did a great job of doing that for 3.5 periods of this game. But on the final drive, when they needed a punt, it was Jalen Milroe with the ball in his hands, who never threw it, but did all the damage to seal the deal with his legs.
I'm paid to talk, but I'm not real sure what to say. Absolutely incredible. Alabama down on the field, celebrating as they should. An SEC title. Now, incredibly, sitting at 12-1, the same record for the Georgia Bulldogs. I know that there will be a lot of talk tonight and debate about this team and their ability to perhaps climb from 8 to 4 or higher in the college football playoff, but it's amazing how that doesn't necessarily matter in this moment. All that matters is that Bama has beaten Georgia again to win an SEC title, and that Roger Hoover has Jam Miller on the field.
Yeah, with Jam Miller, congratulations on your touchdown. Congratulations on this SEC championship game. What does this game mean to you?
Man, this game means a lot, especially for all the seniors, you know, for them to get there last year, especially last year when we had a chance to get here. But now this year, we got a chance to get here, and by the way we played, we went out here and dominated, and now we SEC championships.
How did this team grow week to week? How did this team grow week to week and get to this point?
You know, every day we practice hard to get to this position that we're in right now. And by the way we practice, and this is what we did to win the SEC.
What can you tell me about your quarterback, number 4, Jalen Miller?
You know, I always tell him to stay positive. You know, even if he made a mistake, you know, we always got to stay that positive mentality. And as the game went on, you know, you can see in his face, he was positive the whole time. He ain't doubted himself. And after that, we won.
Why should Alabama be considered one of the top 4 teams in college football tomorrow? Why should Alabama be considered one of the playoff teams getting ready for tomorrow?
We dominate every day. You know, no matter what team it is, it's a game after game. Every week, every practice, you go out there and dominate.
Jam Miller, you're an SEC champion. Congratulations, Roll Tide.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide.
Jam Miller, a big reason why Alabama is indeed the SEC champion. He didn't have a ton of rushing yards in this contest. In fact, he had just 23, but he had 9 carries. Jalen with 14 for 29. Roydell 16 carries, 64. They had to step up in the absence of Jace McClellan, but he was big today.
That was the biggest thing, is the confidence that you instilled in your coaching staff and your fellow players to be trusted to step into this situation in key moments and know that you could get the job done. Jace McClellan, not having him on the field was a loss, but because of the rotation these young backs have been involved in throughout the course of the season, it prepared them for a night like tonight.
Alabama's players making their way onto the stage, where in just a moment they will be presented the Southeastern Conference Championship trophy again. Many of the players sporting their championship T-shirts, and the man of the hour with Roger Hoover.
All right, Jalen Miller, congratulations. You're an SEC champion. What did this game mean to you? How did Alabama get this done?
The biggest thing was this team never gave up.
never gave up. We kept the main thing, the main team. We tried to get 1% better every single day, and we competed. And we never gave up on our goals and aspirations.
You never gave up. All throughout this season, how'd you keep building week to week?
Biggest thing was I had a great support system around me to uplift me, and that's what truly got me through this whole journey.
How about your teammates today? You have so many good teammates around you. Rush the football, catch touchdown passes. What did it mean to have a game like this from your teammates?
Biggest thing was when we have a fourth quarter program, it's for games like this, you know. I'm just proud of the guys that we never gave up.
Why should Alabama be one of the top 4 teams in the college football playoff? Why should Alabama be one of the top 4 teams in the college football playoff?
For things like this, when people doubted us, we kept on going. We kept the main thing.
Get on the podium. You're SEC champion. Congrats, Jalen.
Thank you, Roger. Great work again. He was able to do what Georgia couldn't do a lot in the second half, and that's corral Jalen Milroe and got him to join us. So happy for that young man. Tyler, nobody knows more than you what it's like to play the quarterback at Alabama. The highs, the lows that come with a position. He had a learning moment, a teaching moment early in the season, but he came back, and it reminds me so much of Jake Coker. They're very different players. But Jake lost his starting job, you remember, early in that season, but won the job back, made the most of it. And I remember when it happened at the time. I don't get many things right, but I said on a lot of interviews myself, I thought he had a chance to do the same thing. And by golly, he hadn't won a natty yet, but like Jake Coker, he won an SEC title after losing the job, earning it back, and becoming the backbone of this team.
And the biggest thing is he had the respect of his teammates throughout this course. Coming into this year, you could tell his demeanor on the sideline in scrimmages and at practice, his communication with other guys, they trusted in his abilities, and it was a matter of maturing and, quite honestly, getting game reps under his belt. There's not a lonelier feeling as for a quarterback than sitting by yourself, understanding that your 10 points off of turnovers cost you a game versus Texas. And at that point, you have a decision. Are you going to fold and just feel sorry for yourself, or are you going to continue to fight? Jalen Milroe took the next week. He picked himself up by the bootstraps and got to work and continually got better throughout the course of the season.
I'll be honest, and I'm not trying to pour salt in the wound, but I'm just being honest. After being barked at for the last 2 years, I don't know what I'm enjoying seeing more, the Georgia fans that are leaving or the Georgia fans that are sitting in stunned disbelief with nowhere to go. All I know is the best thing to see is Alabama on the podium getting set to receive the SEC championship trophy again. And the Crimson Tide, a well-deserved distinction as the best in the Southeastern Conference once more. They've got the stage built. They've got the champions on that stage. Family members and close friends of the coaching staff have made their way to an area in front of the stage, along with so many cameras and people who are there to record for posterity. Another championship for the man who's won more national titles than any in the history of college football, Nick Saban. And we'll let you listen and enjoy the celebration down on the field of the ceremony that is to follow. Players on the stage celebrate. No, I don't know what they're saying either, but they're happy, and that's all that matters right now. Championship caps, championship t-shirts, the jersey that signifies championships.
It is time to hand out some hardware. We got your 2023 Southeastern Conference champions, the Alabama Crimson Tide. The president of the University of Alabama, Stuart Bell. We also have athletic director Greg Byrne, and the commissioner of the SEC, Greg Sankey, and of course the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Nick Saban. We're going to start with your MVP first. And the MVP for the 2023 SEC Championship is Jalen Milroe. We can see the emotion on your face. Talk us through what you're feeling right now.
The biggest thing was in the offseason when a lot of people doubted this team, I never gave up on this team. That was the biggest thing. That was the biggest thing. We had a purpose before anybody had an opinion of us. And the biggest thing, our motto was, let all naysayers know.
And how do you do that? The length? That's right. You wouldn't be in this position, though, and you just mentioned it, without all of these guys behind you. How much fight is in this team?
100%. You know, we have a great group of guys in the locker room. They're steadily looking to get 1% better each and every day. And I'm so proud of the guys because they never gave up. We have a great locker room. We come to compete every single day. And so I'm just proud of the guys.
Congratulations, Jalen. Next up, we have the winning head coach of the 2023 SEC Championship, and Nick Saban. Coach, it has been a year. There are people that have doubted this program. How were you able to meet this moment here tonight?
This is a team. These guys right here are what you call a team. They play together. They respect each other. They work hard. They're responsible, take responsibility for their own self-determination. I mean, this is a great team because they play together as a team. They overcome adversity. They persevere. They did it all year, and I've never been prouder of a group of guys than these guys in terms of what they accomplished tonight because Georgia's got a really good team. They got a great team, great coaches, but our guys overcome it. They showed today and proved that they can win against anybody.
And Coach, when you look out into this crowd and you see the support of all these fans, what message would you like to give the people who have just been along for this entire ride with you?
Never give up. I mean, this team persevered. They had a lot of naysayers out there early in the season after 2 or 3 games. All right, and we had something to prove. So we persevered. They were resilient. They overcame adversity. They always came back in games and did what they had to do. So that's life. How about doing that in life? That's a lesson for everybody out there.
Thank you, Coach. It's now my honor to introduce the Commissioner of the SEC. We have Greg Sankey here.
Thank you. Let me begin first by asking you to join me in thanking our friends from CBS for 26 incredible years of presenting the Southeastern Conference football. Join me in congratulating Georgia on a great season. I'm 2 for 2 there. How about we thank the City of Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the best venue in America. And it's my privilege to present the 2023 SEC Football Championship Trophy to Coach Nick Saban and the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Let's hear it one more time from the 2023 SEC champions, the Alabama Crimson Tide.
A very familiar sight, the confetti cannons shooting the blue and yellow colors of the Southeastern Conference high into the air. Stars aren't falling on Alabama, but the confetti is once again, as Alabama has won the 2023 Southeastern Conference Championship. Chris Stewart back with you in the press box alongside Tyler Watts, Tom Stipe, our producer engineer, spotter Butch Owens. Our Facebook Live pictures being brought to you by Ethan Carabin. Jerry Kelly, fantastic job as our studio engineer as always.
Malachi, congratulations, you're an SEC champion. What has all this meant to you, this championship today?
It means a lot, man. Oh, yeah, everybody been down there, man, saying we got a good team. Alabama over, Alabama done with, Coach Saban dynasty's over, but we just coming to work each and every week, man. We come together and we just don't let any of that outside noise affect how we play and how we prepare for games and things like that. And just truly blessed to take the field with these guys each and every Saturday.
You're now a 3-time SEC champion. You won a national championship before, but now as a veteran on this team, how special is it to win as one of the upperclassmen and one of the leaders of this team?
It's very special, man. You know, T-Rob said it. You never know when you're going to have the opportunity to come back. So just taking advantage of that opportunity and just maximizing the opportunity that we have, man, it means a lot.
Malachi Moore, congratulations. You're an SEC champion. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, thank you.
Roll Tide, Malachi, again, a veteran. He's done such an incredible job in his career. Product of Hewitt-Trussville High School in the Birmingham area. Has been a big part of that secondary since he first walked on campus, and now gets to walk out with his teammates as Southeastern Conference champions. Roger Hoover's worked awfully hard tonight, getting us a number of great interviews, and another one upcoming in a moment. And he's got Justin Aboigbe.
Justin Aboigbe, think about where you were at this time last year. What does it mean to you right now being SEC champion?
It means the world. It means that everything that I prayed for, everything that I visioned, everything that I worked for came to fruition. And there's still work to be done. It just shows you that God is good. It just shows you that when you put work into your actions and not just the words, you can do anything.
What does defense do best today?
Continue to fight. It's a heavyweight fight, like Coach say all the time. They gonna make punches. We gonna make punches. We gonna fall down. They gonna fall down. But it's about who survived the longest. Who gonna survive last? It's a 60-man dog fight. That's what we proved. We proved that we're a four-quarter team. Fourth quarter, we gotta find a way to finish. That's what we did.
You absolutely did. You're the best in the SEC. Why does this team deserve a college football playoff berth?
Because of what we was after week 2. Everybody rolls off, and each week we just continue to be ourselves. We kept pushing. We didn't let nobody doubt us. Before the season, people wouldn't even expect us to be here.
Justin Aboigbe, congratulations on the championship. Thank you for joining us. Roll Tide.
Thank you. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, Justin, and Roll Tide to Roger as Alabama. Tyler Watts found a way to get it done again. 27-24 over the Georgia Bulldogs here tonight in Atlanta.
I tell you, 27-24 has been a con score to Alabama over the last 2 weeks, and I've loved it. This was a dominating performance. I know the score is only a possession, a field goal. However, at no point past once Alabama took the lead 10-3 or 10-7 rather, there was no point in this contest where you're like, Georgia has taken control of this game. It was this Alabama defense for the entire 4 quarters that made life miserable for Mike Bobo and this Georgia coaching staff, scratching their heads trying to figure out how to effectively move the ball down the field.
In just a moment, we're going to have a chance to visit with one final Alabama player tonight down on the field. Roger trying to snare Tyler Booker. I'd love to be able to see that. Good luck. Good luck with that, Roger Hoover. But Tyler Booker, the left guard out of New Haven, Connecticut, who's been incredible in his sophomore year. Had to be the big brother, really, to Caden Proctor to his left, and has helped with the development of that freshman, in addition to handling his job so well at guard on the Alabama offensive line.
We got him.
Players are heading towards the locker room, but I think Roger got one more. Roger?
Roger Hoover now joined by Tyler Booker, Alabama offensive lineman, and congratulations on this SEC championship. How did the Crimson Tide get it done, starting with up front on the offensive line?
Hey, man, this is just a production of what we've been working for this whole time, man. It started up ugly, I'm not going to lie to y'all, but it's all about how you finish. And me, JC, everybody made we said a lot of stuff about how he was going to play. Took a little while to get there, but this is how we want to play. This is the offensive line that was promised. So sorry to the fans, but it's here now, baby. It's here now. The committee going to give us 2 more games to show that.
Look at this Alabama crowd here in Atlanta. How special is it to have the support of the Crimson Tide fans like you?
It's so special. This fan base is 1-1. 1-1, baby. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Tyler Booker, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Roger Hoover, fantastic job down on the field. Greatly appreciate that. Is not an easy thing to do, to snare that many players. And Roger, a fantastic job once he was able to track them down and have those conversations with us. Really appreciate his work as our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. An amazing effort by Nick Saban's Crimson Tide. It's okay to bark, but you better be able to bite. And the Tide did it incredibly well. 27 24 over Georgia to claim the 30th SEC title in school history. We've got postgame coming your way after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
Now through Sunday, Target Circle members get 10% off Target gift cards. Choose your favorite Target gift card so everyone on your list can get their favorite gifts. Don't wait. Get this big deal today. Save 10% on Target gift cards this weekend only in stores and online. Not a Target Circle member? No problem. Join for free on the Target app or at target.com/circle. 10% off Target gift cards in Sunday. Get your gift cards now, only at Target.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
During the pandemic, we put a lot on hold. One of the things missed may have been keeping up with our regularly scheduled vaccinations. Hi, I'm Dallas Turner.
And I'm Rodell Williams. We're here to remind everyone across the state to protect the entire Bama community by staying up to date with all recommended vaccinations.
Flu season is coming, and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate.
Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM to learn more about how you can stay safe and up to date on vaccinations for you and your children.
Stay safe and roll tide.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
This is the Regions Fifth Quarter Show on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Regions, the official bank of the SEC. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Toyota, visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today.
This is the Regions Fifth Quarter Show. Show your pride and get a win for your wallet with University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. Order now at regions.com/GoBama. The Crimson Tide has just beaten Georgia 27-24 here in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The Crimson Tide winning the 30th Southeastern Conference crown in school history and giving the College Football Playoff Committee an awful lot to think about as the currently number 8 Crimson Tide led the top-ranked Georgia Bulldogs after, as Tyler pointed out in the previous segment, after Georgia took the 7-3 lead, didn't give up another touchdown until Bama led it by 10. The Crimson Tide able to hang on, run out the clock, and win it impressively 27-24 over the top-ranked Bulldogs, claiming another SEC crown for the university, for Coach Nick Saban, and for the Crimson Tide. We've got more post-game coverage coming up. The Regions Fifth Quarter Show moves on after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross!
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Conecuh sausage is a true Southern flavor since 1947. Using the finest ingredients, Conecuh sausage has a tradition of making great-tasting hickory-smoked sausage for over 70 years. Visit their new gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama, or shop online at ConecuhSausage.com. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? A DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
We're back with a report on a big new craze that is sweeping the nation.
Boy bands are back in style?
No. The Win Big Sweepstakes with Marathon Arco rewards.
Tell me more.
Each time you fill up or buy items, you enter to win prizes like a new SUV, free gas for a year, and more.
Those prizes are as good as the return of the boy bands.
Except they won't leave you for a solo career. Marathon Arco rewards Win Big Sweepstakes. Sign up today on the Marathon Arco rewards app online or at any participating station. Marathon, driven together. Terms and conditions apply.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There are so much